Hello and welcome to tonight's Game Changer stream. My name is Joy K. I'm joined by Siren tonight. How are you doing?
I'm good, Joy. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much. And we have one hell of a game to start off with tonight, because we are
Mhm,
starting with Giant X versus Heroic Valkyries.
mhm.
And I am very much looking forward to this one. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
very much looking
definitely.
forward to this one. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna be a really interesting matchup because where we left these teams is really interesting. So here at Valkyries, I last Saturday I casted one of their matches with BBL Queens. It hadn't gone so well for them, but afterwards, I think they just came back and beat Falcons Vega out of the blue. I was like, okay. So it was really something that I hadn't expected from them, but I was really happy to see their performance against that matchup. So I'm really interested to see how they will perform today. But what do you think about this matchup of Giant Texas versus Heroic Valkyries?
Well, yeah, I'm a big Giant X fan. I'm always rooting for them. Some of my absolute favorite game changers players in this. So, it's a bit of a coin flip. Am I allowed to cast this? Am I biased? A little bit, maybe, but I will be as much in the middle as I can be. I am really looking forward to this one because the last time that Heroic Valkyries and Giant X faced off against each other, let's just say it didn't work out the way
Hmm.
that Heroic Valkyries probably wanted to. They were really, really pulling the short straw every time, again and again. In an Icebox game that went 13-0 in Giant X's favorite. And then we saw an Ascent game where they at least managed to get 2 rounds on the board before then losing it in a 2-0 fashion. But yeah, look at our group standings over here. So currently we see G2 Gosen on the top of group one. Nothing to be, really surprised about, I think. But Falcons Vega on top of group number two. So you said that they actually managed to take down Falcons Vega.
Yeah, which is,
Tell me more about this. That's
I mean,
interesting stuff. Seeing that
yeah,
Valkyries is
yeah,
on fifth.
that's really interesting because you see Falcons Vega, they're the top. I mean, they have performed so well in stage two. We always saw them on par with like these amazing teams like G2 Goes and we've been the previous champions. So, you expect really highly of them, but then see Heroic Valkyries just take them in such dominant fashion was something so surprising to me when I saw the stats. I was like not expecting that at all. But yeah, see, you can just see the stats here from that matchup 13-2 and 13-7. So it was no accident. I mean, they have planned their comms and strategies out so well, and I'm really interested to see this like Heroic Walker is this way.
Absolutely. I mean, this is an impressive score looking at like how this was before, but like Giant X, of course, they are, no team to underestimate. But look at these players here. We have Smurfette. I mean,
Turkish shots.
yeah, exactly. Who doesn't know this girl that can absolutely pop off, make these explosive entries, take all the aggression, and just run away with the game right in front of your eyes? Sarah has been previously on G2. One of my personal favorites is Ness. And then, yeah, I mean, Jolina, a few beautiful aces last series as well in
Mhm.
series 2. So Giant X definitely not a team to be trifled with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they always have this explosive potential to come to in these matches. But here, Walkers are to be noted as well. I mean, in the last matchup, we really saw like so many players just like take these entry kills and like be what their team needed to leverage and like just take that matchup 2-0. And with Silly as their IGL, I feel like they have it going good right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm really curious to see Heroic Valkyries. Like what they're gonna bring to this rematch. You
Mm-hmm.
must have a little bit of, kind of a feeling like, oh, the last time we faced them, it wasn't so great.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm really curious to see what they're gonna bring out. But yeah, these are some very solid players all around as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really excited for this rematch.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like a few days ago when they faced against a team of Falcons Vega, they were all like across like abyss. I mean, you see them just like perform like so like knowledgeably. So it felt like a breath of fresh air to like see Heroic Valkyries this way, and I'm so happy we saw them that way. But today we have a match of giant tech. So I'm really curious to see how that experience will play out if they're warmed up enough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a quite literal giant opponent you're going up against, and coming from like, you know, the last time we faced him, I would have a little bit of like PTSD, being like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I would be a little bit scared. But let's see
Yeah.
what the map veto brings us. I think that we're gonna expect yeah, some bands coming in here to ascend.
First production.
Okay.
What's happening here?
Yeah, so ascend and
Okay, it's
bind.
Abyss. Okay, Abyss. We have an Abyss map pick here by Heroic Valkyries, which is really unconventional. It's a new map, so it's pretty daring to just go out and pick that first and foremost.
Mhm.
In the best of three. Then you're followed by Sunset, and we have Haven as decider. So, what do you think of this big tree, Joy?
I mean, I think the Abyss, it's making sense, right? We just looked at the scoreline against well, it was Falcons Vega, I believe.
Yeah.
And we saw them like 13-2 on Abyss, so they know how to play this map. They've done their homework. Sunset is the one where I'm a little bit you know, curious how this one's going to play out. I think Ginex has really good Sunset. So what do you think?
I feel like again, yeah, just like you said, Heroic Valkyries have obviously studied Abyss and are coming into the scene with new strategies and new tactics to play around. But I'm really interested to see how Giant Tex plays Abyss as well. There could be some like hidden stuff we don't know. But talking about that, we have Agents are coming up for Abyss shortly. So, are you expecting any wild cards here, Joy?
I mean, looking at this now, I think it's looking exciting. I like the Astra.
Yeah, the Astra meta. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. But
Yeah, I
they've
mean,
swapped out the Sova here for the Gecko. How do you feel about that one?
I think it's good actually. I mean, I really like a pretty like unconventional, pick as the initiator, but I feel like it's gonna be like it's gonna bring something new to the table. And starting on attack, especially, you can really leverage by using Dizzy just like the way you want. I mean, with Abyss, it's like the map has no boundaries, so even if you throw your flash out in the distance, someone will get blinded. So I feel like Giant Tex really want to make use of that unconventional playstyle that Gecko has. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I actually agree with you. I think Gecko, it can take a lot of space. Starting on attack will be really powerful with that wingman available, of course, as well. So I like it. I think Sova, though, Sova gives so much knowledge in terms that like Gecko can't. And I don't know, I just somehow have a feeling that the Sova is really, really solid here.
It's time for change.
Exactly. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I always like to see. I mean, Sova, and you always see like a Cypher pick, Breach pick. This is really a fair ground for all so many of these teams. They have played these agents so many times, and they're used to like how to play that, how to incorporate that into their playstyle. Plus, they know how to react to that when there is that agent on the enemy side. But I was hoping to see like a Weiser pick as well, but I mean, she's pretty near to the roster, so I feel like the teams have a longer time to learn her before incorporating her to their strategies. But yeah, I mean, I like this pick overall.
Yeah, me too. I think overall we've got two really solid drafts here at our hand, and maybe not a Vice yet, but maybe we're gonna see it later today. Who knows?
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. I'll be really honest with you. I haven't had too good of a look at Vice yet, so I would be like, I'd be super interested to see how it does in game. But...
I think Vice is pretty good in like maps like Bind, where the attacker side tends to rotate a lot and just like get into sight and just rush. When you're Vice, when you're on the defender side, especially, you kind of have the chance to block off the other team, and yeah, I feel like it's a really useful agent, especially on defense. But yeah, unfortunately, you're not seeing her today. But still, we get to see a Nest Gecko pick, so I'm really interested to see that. Of course,
Mm.
we're seeing Smurfette and Dora on the Jets, so that's going to be another Jets face-off. But yeah, to start, we are starting with. We're starting on a 2-3 split with Heroic Valkyries and Giant Tech starting on attack.
This goes here.
Yeah, Cypher just setting up the shop here. Ness taking a little peek here
There's my buddy.
in the library. Not much information to be gathered. Sneaking around. Now, call to be made to go to that A side.
Yeah, you can see them really immediately wanting to take some advantage, take some information over towards mid, but they saw no commotion there and nobody to contest them in the peak, so they just seem to be going in for the A pick this time.
Yeah, exactly. Lida holding that corner here.
Oh, so many flashes.
Ooh. So many flashes here. Try to push her off the angle, but the Sheriff will get the upper hand. It is the Force Blood. Giant X will succeed in the plant here, though. Dark gets taken out right away. Miori comes out swinging, gets put down as well. Adora with another kill ready. Heroic are starting to push up here. Looking for that defuse. They hear it. Jolina finds a kill.
Oh, Adora! Will he commit to this? The spike is only half, though. That was really close. The ghost fight. Heroic Valkyries, they just win that.
Yeah, they just take this out. And I mean, great first pick here by Lida. Solo actually holding that A side and then waiting for everybody else to take the space and swing that back. But it's a really solid start here for Heroic Valkyries.
Yeah, I thought, for sure Adora was gonna ninja defuse all the way, but she needed a little bit help from her teams. But, I feel like it was a really good start for Heroic Valkyries to just get the pistol run, and we can see them immediately commit to have this force buy here.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, this is gonna be really, really big. Already having the Outlaw in hand here for Adora.
And yeah, she's gonna go in for early for the Apex, but there isn't quite anybody here yet, so.
No, up in nest. Oh, it hits, but it doesn't quite kill. Fluxy actually still alive.
Yeah, Smurfette's really, that did some huge damage on the Fluxy. She has to be played this carefully now. And yeah, Heroic Valkyries, they have noticed Giant Tech just walking up slowly but surely. And Super Frog as well. Smurfette looking deadly with that Marshall in hand. But Light and Super Frog, they answer back.
Wait, Jolina actually on caught here from the top side. Flash comes out. Smurfette good for one here. Shuts down Super Frog, but will not be getting anything else as the Bulldog finds it. Mark Lida with another kill on the board here.
I mean, Heroic Valkyries won that easily, but I was still so afraid of Smurfette's Marshall for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, it is it was dangerous, right? And she got such a good chunk in the beginning already. That I was like, oh, if she gets to, do more damage uncontested, this is going to be hard. But, Heroic Valkyries, they kept it together, swung it still in their favor. But now we've got a bit more even in terms of guns. Cypher spotted, lined up the shot. Nice one. Adora finds the first pick here.
Adora goes in for the kill. Really nice start for Heroic Valkyries once again.
Vision still being held here, but now Giant X starting to slowly rotate over to that B side. Backside still being held here. Cypher and Cypher and Astra just chilling over there.
But yeah, that's gonna change real soon. Action kicking out in B, and Giant X this time finding the entry kills, so they have a pretty good foundation to play the pulse planes.
Yeah, they do. They're still finding their footing though here. Adora slowly making her move. Cloudburst down. allowing that rotation here, but as soon as Scylla steps out, she gets put down here. Smurfette's good for another clean hat tip from Lyda, but actually Giant X, they will find this round and get the first one on the board here. Very necessary to get this after they've gone for this full gun buy-up to not break their economy apart.
Yeah, I mean that's the first score on the board for Giant X, but I feel like they really managed to get into B side really well. So I feel like their strategy was really good, and yeah, so I feel like they want to go to maybe A this time. It seems that way, but we have a quick little tech pause before that. So let's talk about Joy, how Giant X and Heroic Valkyries have been playing this, because Heroic Valkyries look good so far, but Giant X, they're a team that, once they try to, learn what works and what doesn't, it's really hard to stop them in their tracks. So what do you think, like, how, like, this map is gonna go down?
I mean, I feel like Giant X have, like, been they lost the pistol round, right? And it's like I like to call that like the sniffing round. You like you have a little sniff at each other.
Oh my
You're
god.
facing each other. It's the first round, and you're like, okay, how does the opponent like to play and whatnot? And I mean, it's a really nice thing that they actually managed to win this round 3 going forward into this and out of this tech pause. I'm very curious to see the approach that Giant X is going to take now. Like, they've made an estimate on how Heroic wants to approach Abyss. And we see that there's a lot of ultimates that are quite powerful, that are already really far along. Like, Jolina only needs one more ult point to get the wall online, and we're actually already really close to Thresh as well. And I mean, Thresh for Ness is going to be so pivotal, I think, in grabbing all the space that they can get.
And you can see Jolina only got 3 kills, so Giant X, their aim is to kind of work Jolina to get the orbs and get her ult really fast to play like this post-plan scenario. Okay, a lot of noise is being made in A. This could be a fake, but Heroic Valkyries, they have to play this element carefully. And I can see, some commotion happening in B. They're kind of going restless, and Adora has already contested this space in B main, so Heroic Valkyries, I feel like they're pretty sure that Giant X is going to be hitting A side.
Oh, but look at that.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like they made the noise and they're pivoting away from A side.
Yeah, just as I said it.
Yeah, like you actually knew that, Sarah. Look at you.
I said it, yeah. I mean,
this could be a fake. Look at the Oracle.
Yeah, just slowly but surely. I mean, there's also the lurk where Miori playing in mid, so to just cause some distractions. But Heroic Valkyries, let's see if they will be planning this out. Okay, some commotion happening here, so they know it's going down. The rotations will come through, but let's see if Miori is able to catch. But it's another fake on top of the fake.
My god, like they're running on the time here. 30 seconds for the plan to go down. Like, I don't know, Giant X. Like, yeah, they're clearing all the tight corners here. There's the Cloudburst. Updraft into the nest.
Smurfette?
Oh no, Smurfette actually gets caught in the back by Lyda. Miori is there to answer though. But now Giant X, they found a few kills to open up this round. Plant goes down in time. And all of a sudden, Heroic Valkyries, they're looking to get this rotation going into A side. But it's looking really rough here, Saren.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a boss plan scenario is done, but okay, the Miori lurk is gonna play out so well here. If Super Frog doesn't yeah, okay, she realizes there's like some action happening here. They're cornered, and the time is running out. A tap on the spike. The oldest utility to contest the Jolina, the swing out to commit. But yeah, Giant X will have that one for sure. It looks really close. I mean, they just went left and right, A side, B side, A side. I just got a whiplash from that, but they managed to get the plant down really, really successfully, even though Smurfette didn't catch Lyda in this corner. A huge mistake, but it played out really, really well in the end for them.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way that Giant X has been spacing around the sides here. Miori's patience at the end of this round really paid off to drag it across the line for them. But it looks like now they're trying to make their move through mid here.
yeah, some action happening, some commotion. They want to make like a press here. But you can see here, Walkers, they're not really worried about like any lurks happening or like giant just like pushing mid there like there's no tomorrow. Both of these teams, they just like say hi from a distance in mid and they just like retreat back to the A main and B main, I feel.
Yeah, still taking their time. Really patient approach. I'm not sure how I feel about that. What about you?
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like it's really good to space this out and play this calmly, but Super Frog and Miori are about to have a face-off here. Miori just like growing curious. I wonder if they both trying to stay
Coming
alert.
around.
Okay, yeah, Miori got the better end of that, and Smurfette feels alive right now. Look, and the spike is already down, and Ness just making use of that. Her utility so well here. The spike is already down, and Miori
Oh my
going
god.
in. He gets punished by Flexi in the end.
Straight into the sheriff, gets shut down. I mean, that is a little bit of a painful death for Miori, but it happens, you know, to the best of us.
Oh, the
Heroic.
spike.
They
Once
need
again,
to
it's
find
gonna
that
be.
drop down.
Yeah, once again, it's gonna be really difficult to defuse. I tap onto the spike, but Giant Text, they're waiting this one out patiently.
Dora,
until
last one standing. Smurfette will drop down and secure the round here. But that's the thing. Here's the breach really coming in, you know, to secure the post plans for them.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like a Giant Text, it's proving a problem for Heroic Valkyries when they cannot stop Smurfette when she just dashes across heaven. Maybe they need to have like a breach flash ready, you know, for when Smurfette just like goes in, and also the utility by Ness to just like send in wingman and get the plant down. So far, Heroic Valkyries haven't not been able to contest that at all.
No, exactly. But now we've got actually Super Frog with, I was just about to say, the operator. It rings true. It finds 2 kills to open up the round here for Heroic Valkyries. A fantastic opening. This is probably the best thing that you could have asked for if you are Heroic Valkyries. But now Ginex, they are onto that B side. Plant is down. Lida's good for 1 more. The swing out will confirm another kill here. Ness good for 1. Holding that space will be shut down. Heroic is not out yet. They will find that defuse. Amazing opening here from Super Frog with the operator.
I want to see a replay of that because I mean, the stuff's like 2 players at the same time. One of them being Smurfette. I mean, you're basically shutting down Giant Tex's, you know, offensive force there, and you know, even though they had the plant down, it's really hard to, you know. Okay, you see, just a
mid
peek and
updraft
she
as
gets
well.
that.
Holy.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
And yeah, you can see it already playing out as well. I mean, Jolina had committed her ults in that past round. The York Valkyries now have 4 ults to play with. So I feel like they should be making good use of that now. Meanwhile, Giant Tex will be going in once again for B. I mean, they lost the last round here, but they still want to contest that pressure that Super Frog has established from the get-go in the previous round.
Yeah, absolutely. Swapping the operator over to Adora. A bit more mobility, of course, on that jet to get yourself out of those angles here. Hunter Shuri will pick up a kill here. Shut down Sarah. It's actually pivotal here for the post plant. Operator finds 1 more.
Oh, 1 by 1, Smurfette though is finally able to find like an op kill once again. Oh, the spike is not quite down.
We still have the neural theft up and available here. Super Frog holding that corner. The updraft. Smurfette finds another Super Frog. Good for 2 here. But the Blade Storm will come out from Smurfette. He will not find its second target. Good for 3, but shot down by Lida. Operator carried over to the next round. Heroic. They must be feeling themselves here.
Yeah, I feel like Smurfette was on fire that round, but yeah, you see she was waiting for that op angle so far. Oh, this knives. It could have played out so perfectly. But yeah, once again, here at Valkyries, they find their footing once again before Giant X can get too far. And with these teams, it's always, I feel like, a back and forth. They both have this potential that to win and just to prove
Oh.
themselves. Okay, Adora, Jet on Jet, off on off. It doesn't quite commit. Smurfette has like a marshal in hand, excuse me. But still, nonetheless, very explosive. Okay, she just escapes that. Oh, it's a game of push and pull and nobody can hit each other.
It's the game of peek and run.
Yeah.
No, you are absolutely right. No shots have actually been landed just yet. So, you know, the pressure is still on. Who's gonna get the first one?
Yeah, okay, so Big Valkyries, they do not want to peek A main again. Meanwhile, Giantex is just like stacked up and just waiting for someone to do the first mistake. The germ to mark the player here, but it seems silent, but the spike is over towards A right now, and I feel like Miori will be rotating back or towards A, and yeah, Giantex want to end this round on A.
It looks like it will be as they're trying to make a move here, but Smurfette good for 2 with just a marshal. Adora still standing, but not anymore. Smurfette good for 3. There's an operator being picked up here by Giant X. Not what you want. They're faking the plan, trying to draw out Super Frog. Carefully,
on.
the jump up will be enough. It will
seconds left.
confirm the vision that Sarah needed to put the nail in the coffin. Plant goes down just in time, and now it's just Floxy. Last woman standing, sneaking her way right out of there.
Yeah, does not want to deal with 4 players of Giant X. I mean, yeah, I get just the economy is good so far, but if they lose like one more Vandal, it's just, you know, just all downhill. So yeah, I get the need to save here. Oh, let's hope Giant X doesn't catch her. But yeah, I feel like that's round by Giant X was really, really good. They didn't really start with like a gun advantage specifically, and you know, Smurfette had like a marshal in hand. But yeah, still, it's a thrifty round won by them.
Yeah. 30 round run by them. I mean, it was just amazing how Smurfette comes in with that marshal, manages to secure herself 3 kills, then shut down Adora and swap to that operator. Actually, didn't actually see them carry it over to this round. We just see full rifles coming out here.
Yeah, I feel like enough scoping, they say. if someone could have used it, it would have been Smurfette. But yeah, they just want to go in hard and fast, I feel. Oh yeah, they're waiting. It's just, you know, the playbook this time. They're just like waiting for the Silver Recon. They break it, and yeah, it's pretty textbook so far. But you can see Adora trying to, you know, just growing curious. But meanwhile, Miori is waiting deep.
Oh,
in
but she
spawn
sees her.
here. Okay, so she's walked up so far. Giant X have to contest this because, you know, their positionings are revealed. They have to do something about the space that's lost here on B main.
Yeah, exactly. But I do really like the approach of Adora here. Just try and, like, you know, kind of find the information yourself and go looking aggressively. Here's the steps.
Move.
Oh,
Yeah.
what a beautiful shot! Well done.
Adora, they let her in, and Trash doesn't really go far. You know, some players are spotting, and even though Mir is playing this, she gets a kill just like that. Here at Valkyries, though, the flood onto the side, they do not let Giant X get the better of them.
No, they do not. This is still so far a neck-and-neck race. Round after round being traded here back and forth. Defuse coming through. And Heroic will be taking the lead briefly, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, with so far, I can't really say that, you know, one team is specifically like above the other in terms of like strategy or, you know, what they've been putting out so far. But yeah, we have a timeout from Giant X, but I feel like both of these teams are going pretty neck and neck, hand in hand right now.
Absolutely. It's In terms of economy, also, you know, looking quite all right for Giant X still. But I think that they were kind of expecting with the investments made this round to win it. And I think like credit to Adora here for taking up so much space, kind of like surprising Giant X
Mm-hmm.
with, oh damn, we're not allowed to play on our, like, you know, in our pace because this jet is just coming for us.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a little bit like, you know, over time out, talk about, okay, how do we further approach it if they don't let us
Mm-hmm.
run them on the timer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like you know, they were expecting heroic walkers to not really venture into mid, since you know they just established like a presence there usually at the start of the rounds. We saw that in the pistol rounds, you know, at the start of this map. But yeah, I feel like they were not expecting Adora to venture out that far, so that's what took them by surprise. But I feel like they're gonna go in maybe hard and fast this time to just make up for it.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I
and you
mean,
can see the ult being committed from the get-go. And Smurfette goes in, but Silver Frog punishes her just like that.
yeah, just like that. Neural theft also getting used right away. Just to make sure that they know where GX are. Where is this plant going to go down? Rolling Thunders being traded back and forth. Adora swings out, find her first kill. Fluxy good for another here. Now Jolina and Miori, the only ones left standing here. B Danger being watched as well. Miori finds one kill, will not be good for another. And that looks like Heroic will be taking another consecutive round here.
Yeah, the flood is undeniable. They're just so good with their retakes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Really well done by Heroic. Waiting out with that Rolling Thunder. I mean, this early punish here on Smurfette is just so important for winning a round. When you're playing against a team like Giant X, shutting down Smurfette is probably your main objective of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
And
this should do.
yeah, Giant X right now, I feel like they're really good in like entering the sites and using Smurfette's, you know, really mobile abilities to just like throw heroic Valkyries off their feet. But really, you know, playing the pulse band is what's proving to be crucial here. You know, they're leaving often Miori in the lurk, so that leaves, you know, that leaves them without like a sentinel to just lock down the site. And I feel like they were, you know, having difficulty with that. Meanwhile, you know, Giant X, they started in mid once again, just like really familiar to the first few rounds we saw in this map. And right now they're leaning more towards A, but without noise, I feel.
Yeah, they're doing what they have been doing in the last rounds where they did manage to get the upper hand here. That's just playing patient, gathering information, and then deciding to make a move as 5. So we see Miori rotating all the way around that backside. It's going to take her a while to get there. Dizzy going to get
Oopsie.
committed here as Smurfette will jump in, but this time Adora is still having the upper hand. Smurfette is the first to fall once again in this round. Wingman will secure the plant. Adora still waiting up here in security. She's pretty low though. One swing out should be enough if they just do it together. There's the Tremor. Will be shut down here. Nest is good for 2. GX, they are together, playing together and swinging off of each other. But now it's just Cypher against Cypher for a little bit. But Astra, Jolina, the first one to take the shot. And Giant X, they've got it again.
Yeah, the pre-fire. I feel like if they kind of took advantage of their positioning and also tried pushing from tower, it would have been, you know, really well for them. But you can see, you know, when Cecilia died in tower, they didn't really have much choice but to just like rush on the side, and it didn't really prove useful because, you know, both of these teams were there and trying to contest each other. But yeah, once again we see Giant X back on the board, and yeah, it's just the game of cat and mouse continues.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you put it in perfect words there, because that is just what it is. It feels like such a back and forth of who takes a round. You know, it's one here, one there.
Yeah,
Both of these jets.
surprised.
Oh, big damage here actually onto Adora. Immediately forced off of that angle. Great start here to open for Giant X. Thresh gets committed as well. Clears out that entire A side. So much information gathered here, Siren.
Yeah, definitely. And the spike will be committed for a plant here. And the ult is also committed for to establish his presence here. Oh, this is shaky. And Adora gets a kill on the Smurfette once again. Just dashing in. Miori Cholina with the 3 kills. Explosive here. Leaving Scylla alone. 1v2. She still has her utility to try and clear backside here. But it's going to be really difficult to
Up on the box.
guess. Yeah, Sarah's positioning here. Yeah,
She's not gonna get
impossible.
that. Yeah, exactly.
Pre-fire. The pre-fire, the pre-angle. And yeah, Giant X make it 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, and this is kind of, you know, you've seen Abyss for Valkyries before, right? They know this map, they know how they want to play it. Giant X being able to tie up the rounds here before we're switching sides is, I think, a really good sign for them. They must be really happy just tying up this, knowing that Falcons Vega lost against Heroic Valkyries in a 13-2 fashion. So they must be pretty happy with themselves going on to the defending round.
And yes, starting now on the second half, Giant X are now on defense. So let's see how they're playing this. And you can see immediately on B main how much pressure they're putting on and how much information they have gathered so far. Super Frog. And she's going in fast. Just breaking the door, and Miori has the entry kill. Okay, Silly doesn't let her escape though. And yeah, having this cleared so early on, but I do not think Heroic Walkers will be guessing 3 players of Giant X going in for the flank here. Oh, Lida looks back at the last second.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're gonna run into each other now, and it's Smurfette 2 kills here with the Ghost. Super Frog still up on tower here, but Smurfette will find her third, and that will be a great pistol round for Giant X.
The shots lining up perfectly here for Smurfette, and I feel like what both these teams wanted out of that pistol round, which was like hit them hard and fast. So if you know Heroic Valkyries were to be on B main, I feel like we would have seen like a completely different scenario. But yeah, just it's so unfortunate. Both of these teams, their plan was so good, and Heroic Valkyries, I love how they executed that. Side execution, and they got control of A main really well, really early on. But yeah, it didn't really work out for them. But yes, you're seeing right now on Eco. Meanwhile, Giant X are committing for the first buy here. Adora going in for the jump peak. Okay, 2 crosshairs pointing at her. They have to play this one carefully.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's good that they are like taking. Actually taking a flooding approach here. The Bulldog though is still very strong to find a kill. Smurfette with the Outlaw will make sure that Adora will do no more damage. Land not confirmed yet. They have time though.
Yeah, definitely. They want to just lure out Giant X first, but they are comfortable in their positioning right now. Smurfette has an Outlaw in hand. In this, they have the dangerous weapons to be able to commit. Super Frog with the 2 kills. Smurfette though, with the 4 kills, just secures the round like that.
She is just so incredibly dangerous. It's insane. Blade Storm almost online for Smurfette already. It's a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
But this was a bit of a messy round here. So I'm not sure what exactly do you think that got so out of hand apart from the gun difference? Because Heroic still managed to do quite a bit of damage here to Giant X.
I feel like a lot of times Giant X, when they don't really have the numbers advantage, they try to, be like focus on the same angle, and they then have the advantage of like multiple crosshairs pointing at the player that is about to swing. But I feel like Heroic Valkyries, I don't know, I wouldn't specifically say that they're doing something wrong, but it's it's a matter of like time and like pure chance here, because all of these teams are so talented, and you can see here Smurfette just, you know, both doing damage and receiving damage onto A main. And in the case of Heroic Walker, they do not want anything to do with it.
No, we see a big rotation coming into that B side. Super Frog still holding that mid vision here. Maybe actually didn't catch Smurfette rotating over. That's a little bit...
Cage triggered.
Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate though.
Oh.
Smurfette actually making her entry here unnoticed. Ness with the Sheriff. Adorado finds her first kill. Smurfette still in the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Can't get much done here. It's Heroic actually finding the upper hand. She jumps up the box but will be shut down. And all of a sudden it's starting to look really, really good here for Heroic. And Super Frog finds the one. Is she going to find the other? No, she has to reload and Jolina will find that kill.
And yeah, going in for the save here with the Sheriff?
I mean, I
I
guess.
feel like maybe there's a gun to pick up, or...
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, maybe doesn't want to take the risk.
Yeah, I mean, 5 HP is still... Yeah. I mean, it's a matter of like...
Oh,
okay,
there we go. There's a gun to pick up.
Oh no, 0
Oh,
points
no.
now. Now she's hurt. No, Fluxy.
So unlucky to reload will be heard. Fluxy shuts her down, and that is Heroic showing their fangs. Once again, they take it back to a 1-round difference.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I feel like that would happen to me in like a ranked game. But yeah, I mean,
Here.
wow.
Here.
So I feel like for Giant X that last turn, I want to point out that they missed a lot of the opening kills on B main when they really wanted to stop Heroic Valkyries from like entering the site. There were a lot of shots that both Jolene and Smurfette missed with like their respective guns. So I feel like it didn't quite play out the way they wanted it to be.
Oh,
But
the
Smurfette
cloudburst
was
is
willing to
huge.
make up for it, just swings out and gets a kill onto Silly just like that. Still alive, still the tail. Grabs one more on the way out. 3v4.
Yeah, I mean, Smurfette still managing to grab a kill, grab 2 kills before she gets put down. Big dent here into Heroic's manpower, or well, woman power, I guess I would have to say to be the correct. Spike still on A.
Mm.
Taking
Yeah,
your time.
And onto Adora, meanwhile. So she's gonna be regrouping. Meanwhile, Flexy's kind of looking where the entry kills. Is gonna be spotted out by Miori. Now they have to play this more carefully. This Spike, this utility is noted, but maybe it was a distraction.
I
Look,
know
so
exactly where you are.
okay,
Wow.
Neural Type's also committed to make sure where these players are, and they will be committing for the plan. 30 seconds on the clock. Sarah, okay, the swing out, punches Super Frog just like that. And yeah,
Oh.
Sarah deals with Adora in the end. And look where Fluxy is. It's so far, and yeah, she cannot swap this defuse, unfortunately.
No, she can't. And that's the thing when you are a little bit too far away from your team here. Like, Abyss is like, you know, long rotations, very long rotations. So if you are playing very far apart and you're trying to commit to plays like this, you make it very hard. But yeah, good opening here from Smurfette before she gets shut down. Sarah showing up big here, securing this round.
Yeah, definitely. And
That goes there. This goes here.
yeah, it's it just throws me out because it's so back and forth. So far, it's been more in favor of Giant X on the defender half. I feel like they found their footing more. Meanwhile, okay, this reach ulti just like commit to the side by Heroic Valkyries. Already Adora taking so much space here needed. Also in Heaven, oh, her positioning is so precarious. I wonder if they will be able to guess it. Okay, she gets blinded by the flash, unfortunately, and Ness secures a kill.
Yeah. Miori will fall in return. But Sarah, good for 1. 3v3 situation here. The defuse coming down, but Super Frog actually has a fantastic angle here. Good for 3 kills. 1 more up in Nest. And Heroic. Back to the 1-round difference we go there.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I also feel like we forgot to mention her lurk kind of like really played out here. Yeah, how late she was, and she dealt with
One enemy
Jolena,
remaining.
but then she wasn't really noted. I feel like there was a bit of miscommunication
That goes
here,
there.
in the heat of the action by
Mm.
Giant Text, because Jolena died in i- way back in their spawn. So their teammates should have been aware of that, but unfortunately not. It's an oversight that's costed them the round. And
Oh,
meanwhile, Smurfette just going in. Okay, really daring.
one,
Knives on
two.
knives. Adora gets the better end of that. 2 kills to start off.
Yeah, Miori still holding that angle. She's jumping up to danger. I don't think she will be spotted, and she will not. Oh my goodness. This is the blade storm that you want to see from your jet. Heroic will confirm their plans here, and I think that this one will be really, really hard to contest. Giant X still over in A main.
Oh no, are
Not
they
really
really going
moving.
to are they really going to deny the ace? Yeah,
Yeah,
there's so much utility being just committed by Heroic Valkyries to secure the round, but yeah, Giant Text, they don't want nothing to do with this.
no. I mean, 2 ultis in hand. It's good to carry this over to the next round alongside your rifles, of course. But it looks like Scylla is going to start looking for them here. Steps will be heard.
Yeah, I do not think they were close enough though. Yeah, just taking this one carefully. No blood will be lost.
Now carried over to the next round here as Heroic tie up the score 9-9.
Oh yeah. I feel like we don't talk about Edora's jet enough, so I feel like I will talk a lot about that. Like no matter the outcome, she's playing so well here, and I didn't really expect to see her as like so active in this matchup. So she's taking me by surprise here.
No, I absolutely agree with you, Siren. We should give Adora her credit when credit is due, and this round definitely she deserves all the credit. A fantastic, aggressive opening here to secure the round for them. Oh. The rash is being committed early on into the round. It looks like we might have a little bit of connection issues going on here. Apologies for that, as
You want to fight it?
all right, it appears to be on the side of the on the side of the players, but Jolena will go down.
Yeah, 9-9 now. Heroic Valkyries have gone inside really,
Oh.
really perfectly. Smurfette gets the opening kill into Adora though. Really a hindsight and trash to clear out. And so many players back for the neural test.
Oh,
Smurfette,
no.
her positioning
Lida,
so
the
unguessable.
blind. The blind will connect and concuss will not. Stuck in the corner is Lida. Will be shot down nearby Smurfette. One more up in Nest.
Remaining.
A beautiful headshot here onto Sela. Now it's just Fluxy up in Nest left to tell the story. The defuse coming through. She has to swing out. She
Ooh.
connects one.
Ooh.
But Smurfette will jump in. 4K for her. Confirming this
Is
round.
there enough
Giant
time?
X.
No.
Oh, you're
The
kidding.
time is not enough. That was such a good play by Floxy. I mean,
Oh my
even though
God.
Giant X, their flood was so well in the post line. I mean, they played that so perfectly, but yeah, still Flexi, she knew how to play that post line so well. And it's gonna push Giant X to yet another timeout. I want to note something here. So even though like Heroic Valkyries, they have been behind sometimes as well. We saw some rounds where Giant Sex were just like really feeling it and just got the upper advantage, but they were never like I don't think they took a timeout so far. So Giant Sex, I feel like they're really feeling the pressure here. The fact that they took the second timeout here.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you. I think they might be a little bit concerned with how close Abyss has been going so far. Concerning, like, you look back at like how the last time these teams met played out. So maybe Giant X came in thinking, okay, this is going to be an easy peasy lemon squeezy, and then it's a bit closer than they expected, and they are finding themselves on the back foot. So we're going from a timeout into a technical pause.
Yeah,
In-
meanwhile, I want to say, you know,
Mhm.
continuing from that, you know, we just said that, you know, Giantex kind of like feeling the pressure here, but the pressure is actually on Heroic Valkyrie's side because if they lose today, they are eliminated. Meanwhile, you know, if they lose, Giantex, BBL, and Valiant, they qualify to playoffs. But if they win today, if Heroic Valkyries win today, they are qualified to playoffs. So this is a huge match here. And even though it's a huge match, the fact that they took no time off so far, I mean, they seem to be really comfortable with like where they are currently.
Yeah, exactly. So it really is a lot on the line here for Heroic. I mean, you can tell they are giving their all to secure this, and still it's so close. So Giant X, you know, they still want to leave this good impression, take some timeouts, and make sure that they get to play a proper Abyss here.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Miori
Oh.
very deep on the info line. No vision on Nest though.
Yeah, suspicious. There's some pressure here. But yeah, Heroic Valkyries, they are wanting to just establish this presence in A, but they both have lurks in mid and B main, so they could go either way. You know, they could just like test the grounds here. And Smurfette was in main, but mid, sorry. But she, I think, suspected that it would be an A hit, but it seems to be the wrong call currently. It's so far.
Seems to be what it is now. Spike has made its way over to B.
Yeah, it's
The
gonna be
lineup
kicking
for the
off.
shock dart doesn't really find a lot, sadly. But it's a so
Ooh.
much util traded back and forth. Ness finds the first kill. Giant X good for 2. Miori will be falling here. Ness as
Ooh.
well. The operator rings through, picks up another. Heroic finding their plan to the remaining members of Giant X make their way onto the scene here. Jolina will catch Fluxy in the back. Divide will come through.
Oh, they will not hear the defuse, but yeah, the player has crossed
Oh,
over
up top!
already. Okay, the
Jolina's
spike is already
already
hot. Lida.
Oh! Jolina, 3 kills. The defuse coming through. Giant X tying up the score yet again.
Oh my god, I mean, that ult
Kidding
was...
me.
Yeah, I feel like Heroic Valkyries are not expecting Giant X to play that so fast, you know? When you're 3 players against 2, you expect the other team to kind of like play it more, you know, like carefully, just, you know, guess your angles, but just Jolina just swings out, gets the kill, and she's what her team needed in this round to, you know, all of her utility, all of her like kills. It was just, you know, so perfectly timed to
Oh.
make the score line even once again, and Smurfette gets caught.
Yeah. A little bit of noise being made here in library was actually enough for Heroic to realize, all right, there's only one player here. We are going to see what it is.
Oh, 2
Albert's being
players!
committed, but she's 5 HP and she will fall. Picks up 2. Miori good for 2 here.
Yeah, Toyota all of a sudden. She did her part, really, Adore really did, but now it's up to her teammates to secure this round. Meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of players rotate over from mid, and they had a chance to go from flank, but yeah, you can see Heroic Valkyries, they don't want to stay put in one spot anymore. They just want to contest the Giant X mobile pressure with their own.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jolina, oh, Miori, not doing the due diligence here. Neither is.
Oh no!
Ness.
Oh no!
Come on, Ness.
Yeah.
You've been a bit quiet. You are such a clutch queen. But I think she'll be run out on the time here. I mean, it's hard to tell. She swings out. She will not find the kills. Out of time as well. So, Heroic taking the lead here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like an overtime here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see it, honestly. I mean, it's been so incredibly close. And this is just our first map of today, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't, right? Like, it feels like we've been watching them for like a full best of 3 already, but this is actually our first map.
But I'm having so much fun actually, because you know, when you see like both of these teams at their peak, and just when there's no issue, I'd like to point out specifically like that's something like wrong in their playstyle, like wrongly calculated, wrongly misstyled. I mean, it's so much like I enjoy actually just like watching the games while commentating. It's like we're seeing such exemplary performance here from both of these teams. This makes me so happy.
Yeah, exactly. Smurfette might be spotted here by the drone. Ooh, actually, don't think she got
Ooh.
spotted.
Smurfette?
Lying in the wait with the sheriff here, Saren.
Yeah, Smurfrog is still suspicious though, and yeah, she has to go out of there, and yeah, Smurfette. I feel like putting her in mid was not the right call on Giant Texas side. Oh, and Nesto still good to share.
Nesto to share.
Good 3 kills.
My goodness! I said it. She had been a little bit quiet, and she is such a strong player. Will be taking 3 here with the sheriff before she gets shut down.
30 seconds left.
Plant.
Oh,
Will.
yeah, Fluxy.
Plant will not
3
even
kills.
have to go down. Heroic just confirms it with kills.
Yeah, but that was shaky for sure. I mean, they should not let. I mean, Giant Text have 3 kills with the sheriff. Yeah, we'll just like see like a replay of that in a bit, but
Coming up right now. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3.
30 seconds.
I mean,
my
the shot
goodness.
almost lined up for like a 4th one actually there,
Yeah.
which is really scary. But yeah, Giant Text right now, it's do or die, 12 to 10.
It is, and it's ever been so close, right? So it would be, like, I feel like this map has to go into overtime.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it does feel like it. Giant Text, you cannot stop here. Well, not when it's been so good, and they're expecting it to be like a B hit this time. But you can see, I
It
hate
has been
Valkyries.
B the last
Yeah.
rounds. They like, Heroic likes B.
They're like 4 players
Oh.
here. Fluxy,
Oh.
okay. She will
That
get
was-
caught, but
That was
Yeah.
unexpected, right? Like, you don't expect 4 players to show up there.
yeah, but I do not think they really show that they were 4 players all in all. But yeah, the A side is pretty much empty, and if they could get the spike down without much of Giant Text just rushing in, it would be good. But getting curious. Oh, okay, Trash. She
Yeah,
has
but
to
Thresh
back
will
up.
find her. No, Thresh gets shut down. Smurfette, though, immediately answering with the Blade Storm up top. Will be dashing after Adora here.
One enemy
Looking for the
remaining.
kill. Finds a very clean headshot.
30 seconds
Dashes
left.
forward. Still has the Blade Storm in hand. Sarah will confirm it already, though. And that is Giant X down, but not out.
Yeah, they still live to tell the tale for one more day. But yeah, let's see if this will carry us into overtime.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, this is the timeout here from Heroic. First one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, you can. I feel like they're just playing good, but
Mm.
Giant X, I feel like they're a team where, normally when, some like situation happens, when you're supposed to, or like by the playbook, you're supposed to play it carefully. Giant X are like, no, we're just gonna go in, we're just gonna get the kill. So they're like really mobile, and they really like are not shy of using their explosive force to just like get inside because they're confident in their aims, and they're just playing together. But I feel like Heroic Valkyries, they need that element of like surprise, really. So for example, they like, in the last one they went into A. Giant Text, they were not there at all. So it took a while for them to go and like get the trash online. So the spike could have been planted so much time before Giant Text came in with the flood. So I feel like what Heroic Valkyries need to be doing here is just like play this one out really rapidly.
Yeah, exactly. Don't play reactively, but go and make your own decisions here. But right now, a lot of utility so far being loaded up, not used just yet. Right, one tremor being used to clear out a corner here from Scylla as they're making their way back to the B side again. And I like that, you know, we have Smurfette and Sarah kind of already ready to rotate over to that A side through mid. Adora, though, not a lot of info to play with here. Yeah, there comes the Rolling Thunder, the double dash in. Still, they haven't found anything except an empty side because everybody is just holding on here from Giant X, waiting to swing out. The first one comes. It will be a double kill for Adora. Make it a triple. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. She got definitely shut down there by Ness. But the plant will be confirmed, and Giant X, they are not done playing yet. They have already picked up 2 kills here, evening out the scoreline. And now everybody from Giant X is starting to make their way here onto this B side, Sarah.
Oh yeah, and okay, this diffuses will not be had. Wingman down, but Giant X a tap on the spike to lure someone out. Flexi and Lina, they get the kill so perfectly, and they have the map pick of Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, their own map pick, and you can see why. Like, wow, the way that they played Abyss. Very, very impressive to watch.
I mean, they played it so perfectly, and we said this before, just like going into the map itself, but they were so ready for this. And, you know, we have a Jet showdown here, Smurfette versus Adora. They were both so explosive, and they were both what their teams needed to succeed. But it's Heroic Valkyries to, you know, both Adora right now. And, it's, you know, I'm really proud of the performance that we saw from Adora on Abyss today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've said it before, credit should be given where credit is due. And yeah, this was definitely a Jet masterclass to watch back and forth. Abyss was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and just 13 to 11. You can see the first kills here, 18 first kills. That's crazy about Heroic Valkyries. And you know why? It's mainly because I feel like the Jet showdown we saw like against Smurfette and Adora here, they were, you know, they were so good. I mean, I really want to praise them, but at the same time I'm just like flabbergasted. I just have no words for their like awesome performance.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been such a showdown between these two players, Adora and Smurfette, and here we can see some lovely stats for you to look at.
Yeah, I mean, Smurfette, they did get the like more kills than Adora, but I feel like Adora, she like so often I noticed her just getting it, going in and just getting the kills that were just crucial for her team at the moment. And it's, you know, it was what they needed to like secure the round and just keep up the scoreline here. So I feel like a lot of credit falls on her this time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't really have anything to add to that.
Yeah, just praise the Jets. Appreciate
okay, yeah,
the
fantastic Jets. You guys are amazing. Keep it up. No, I think it's like, you know, both of these girls obviously really like their Jets. I'm curious if we're gonna see it in our next map as well, which will be Sunset. It's also a good map for Jet, but opens up other opportunities for terms of duelists. So is there anything you would really like to see in our next map?
The next map, I feel like we're gonna be seeing like another Gecko pick, perhaps. I always like to see like some unconventional like duelists. We saw like a few days ago like a Neon pick on Sunset, which was really just rapid phase. And I really love, you know, the unconventional playstyles you can have with the different duelists. But yeah, we will see.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah, and now we are ready to go into the break, but we will be back with you guys soon for the second map, Giant X versus Heroic Valkyries. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining.
I know exactly.
Standing. Both remaining. Down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Head.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Left. Last player. One enemy remaining. They're standing.
Hello and welcome back to the halftime between for our first Game Changers map of the day, Heroic Valkyries versus Giant X. We just came out of Abyss, so if you missed that, Heroic Valkyries, they actually managed to take Abyss here in a 13-11 fashion. It was a neck-on-neck race, Saren, but now we are heading into Sunset.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Giant X's pick. Let's see if we have a revenge play coming up, because we know that Giant X, they love their Sunset. They love their, their compositions here are, I feel like, are so well planned. So I wonder if we will have a different scoreline than Abyss here.
I mean, I honestly feel the Abyss scoreline, it could have gone anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
Both teams were playing this out so well. But Sunset, I personally haven't seen a lot of Heroic on Sunset. So I'm very curious what kind of heroics they are going to be making here.
Okay, the puns. Oh my god.
Pun intended. But yeah, Giant X, I've seen them on Sunset, and as you say as well, like, great
Mhm.
place all around. They really know how to play this map, how to
Mhm.
draft it, and optimally play it out.
Mhm. Yeah, we don't have much stats, as you said, with Heroic Valkyries and Sunset, but I feel like if they are able to manage like such a huge complex plus new map like Abyss, they will be able to manage Sunset. I feel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. I'm just really curious to see how this is gonna go. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
I wanna. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask, like before we go into the agent picks, are there any, I talked about me, I'm kind of like expecting like a gecko pick, and I will always like a neon to just like sprint across sites in this map. But do you have anything that you're expecting to see here, but in terms of like agent picks?
I'm kind of half on half expecting a raise.
Okay, that's
That's
nice.
a gut feeling. Don't really got a lot of like, to back it up with, but like I like a raise. Raise can clear your tight corners. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, I think a cipher is just textbook here, no?
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
it's just so
Cypher
expected.
Cypher usually like a SOA if you don't have any other like duelists like a Gecko duelists, I'm sorry, initiators like Gecko to uh have the same potential as SOA. But yeah, just like you said, I feel like a lot of like stuff here is really textbook here. I feel like with Giant X we saw a lot of breach in this map, and then,
Yeah.
as well as an Omen plus a Cypher. So those three seem to be almost, for sure. I don't want to speak like too like ahead of myself, but yeah, I feel like they will have like a Breach pick, an Omen pick, and a Cypher pick for sure. Plus, I'm really hoping to see like a Neon or like a Gecko to just like spice things up.
Yeah. Some spicy picks are really welcome, but I think you've actually got it. You've got it absolutely right there. I was just thinking like, which one am I gonna say? Am I gonna say the Cypher or the Omen? Because I feel like you're both gonna see them. So
Just take both.
take both. Yeah,
Take
exactly. You were
both.
like, I'm going with both. We have a slight delay coming in because there are some tech issues on the side of the players. One of them has swapped a monitor, and perhaps that has not gone entirely the way that they planned it. So, you're just gonna have to listen to us yapping for a little bit longer. But I'm sure, bear with us.
Yeah, but I also want to really talk about like so in terms of like controllers, we see sometimes, in big maps like this, usually it's like the IGLs playing the smokers. So we see a lot of like explosive potential coming in, and the MEPs being the controllers themselves instead of the duelists. But do you expect like some other player instead of the, we gave so much love to our duelists at the end of the map, the Adora and Smurfette, they're really awesome players, but did any player really particularly catch your attention beside those two?
I mean, I always keep my eye out for Ness, because I've just seen her be such a clutch queen when she had to be. So yeah, I think Ness definitely showed herself as well. The three clear
kills with
headshots
the
on the
sheriff.
sheriff are like that's for me. Yep,
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking for. Those are the kind of plays that I want to see. But I think initiators on this map are really, really important anyway. You want to gather as much information as you can, because definitely some sites are like, you have all of these ways you can come into. So your information gathering, that will be where it's at. So I'm going to keep an eye on the initiators this time.
Yeah, for sure. But I also want to, one like player that really caught my attention was Superfrog. I mean,
oh yeah,
a lot of times, you don't really see her just like up front, but they were, really, just in mid sometimes, and then sometimes they just like going in for the lurk. But I feel like there was one round where Heroic Valkyries were in the defensive side where she got two kills with the outlaw or the op. So that was like a wow moment, It was just like okay, like so something like this play style is really, really good. So I mean, but it's like all of these like players, I feel like they're both like playing their parts. They are really, really good, and they play with each other so well. So even though there might be, you know, some miscommunication sometimes, like we saw like for example a giant X, there was like one round they lost on defensive side because they couldn't really communicate that Super Frog was, you know, going in for the mid lurk. But yeah, I feel like both of these teams have a good chance of winning this map. So talking about this map, we have the agent select coming up, and yes, there's a neon pick that I wanted to see.
How happy are you that it's Smurfette on the neon?
Smurfette, okay. I'm surprised actually. I mean,
Really?
of course, like the duelist is gonna choose the neon, and of course it's gonna be Smurfette. But I'm so used to seeing Smurfette on the jet that I don't know. It's like it kind of threw me off, but at the same time, I'm really happy to see, you know, that, you know, really explosive playset. I mean, as we said, Cypher, Omen, Breach, just really textbook in like Giant X playstyle. Meanwhile, Heroic Valkyries, they are still choosing for Flexi to go with the Astra pick here.
Yeah, I mean that might just be a bit more comfort. I do like the Omen here. It gives you a little bit more, you know, mind games potential.
Yeah.
But let's see how these teams are going to face off each other on Sunset. We have Heroic starting on attack.
Yeah, Giant Hawks this time on defense. Yeah, I'm just holding my breath. I do not know how this is going to go at all.
No.
It's such a wild card with both of these teams.
Yeah, it's looking like quite a heavy stack here towards A side so far for Heroic.
Yeah, it seems
Through
like
mid coming through. No real information gathered here though on the side of Super Frog. Oh, up on the box is Jolina. She will see Adora, and Adora doesn't have time to respond.
Spike should go down here. A lot of utility being used by Giant X to get the side, but Lyda, they're so quick on their feet. You can see immediately the reaction here. And Ness is just
32 head points on Ness.
HP here. Just, what is this game? I mean, they haven't even planted the spike yet.
What is this game? Yeah,
What
no, I agree. Look at Scylla. Scylla like has no HP left, and now rocks
down
right
A.
into Jolina's crosshair, and Jolina now has got the spike right there. Super Frog creeping up, but Jolina actually rotating away.
I
Super
mean,
Frog gonna be able to
spike.
retrieve the spike here for free, but they are running on the time here. 30 seconds here, and
30 seconds left.
yeah, just unaccounted for Jolina. I guess it's 3 kills, and I feel like Heroic Valkyries, I was not expecting them to not plant the spike. They just went in for, you know, just to clear the backside. And all of these players, I mean, while chasing them down, I feel like they just kind of lost their objective. And with the 3 kills from Jolina, it was really hard to keep up that momentum in the end. I really liked how, like, they were playing it really unconventionally, but yeah, just sometimes you just can't keep up with the chaos.
yeah, exactly. And I think that you've got it right there. Like, you know, you can't keep up with the chaos. So now we're seeing a very textbook setup here from Yori. Holding down that B side, waiting for the backup here from Ness. Ness is gonna come out. The reveal will be true. She picks up 2 kills here. Off the back of that, good for her. Another. Tries to swap to the gun, but will be taken down here. Fluxy chased into that market here. Smurfette will find her, put her down, and that is going to be Giant X taking the second round here.
Yeah, I mean, hit them just hard and fast. Giant X were so ready for the flood or towards main. And you can see that Quick Valkyries, they want to be going this time. This Nest.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This play was just insane. I mean, a lot of you have to give the props to Ness. I mean, if it weren't for that, you know, recon darts, that round would have been, you know, maybe had a different outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the smokes were perfect here from Fluxy, making it really hard to gather any information. But that recon dart was fabulous. And now you see Heroic really taking it easy, making up their mind.
Yeah, just not so much to talk about in terms of like action currently. They will maybe send in like another yes done. It went through but we didn't see it. But Ness is still quite close. Still too close for comfort. And you can see her Walker is like kind of unsure where to go. They're still hanging out around in mid, kind of trying to score A meanwhile, but all of Miori's utility is laid out here, so it's not going to be easy to get in.
No, absolutely not. I do love that play from Superfrog though, making noise around the market door. See if you can get anybody to rotate there.
That's not ready.
30 seconds.
Not really any response here. Heavy stack towards A side, B side completely clear. And this is where Heroic should starting to make their move, because now everybody on Giant X trying to make their way here. They're running right into Superfrog. The Sheriff though will put her down. That's a gun to be retrieved. Scylla, the first one to come in here. Heroic is good for 2. Smurfette will swing out from the back, and there's the wall. Swaps the gun. Dorado, good for 1. Is she good for 2? No, she is not. She will be put down. Fluxy on 5 health.
Pulling them in.
We'll be
Yeah,
running
Fluxy
them on
now.
the timer. The defuse.
1 enemy
5
remaining.
HP, okay? Yes, the first kill, Sarado going in for the
No.
ninja defuse. Brutal round for Giant X.
Absolutely brutal here. Heroic. They must be scratching their heads a little bit here. They had an open A B side. But just were a little bit too unsure. You know, where is Giant X exactly? What's their play at?
This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Yeah, I feel like it's been going, a little bit downhill
This is a nice.
on the side of Heroic Walkies here.
Yes.
And you can see it reflected on their economy as well. Oh, just shares to play, but a little bit, nothing getting too happy. But you can see Adora, she doesn't let it face her, just like trying to contest all of the space here and already in B backside. But it's
Ooh.
going to be stopped by Ness. She can't get through though. Lexi really looking strong in mid. Gets the
Nice.
kill.
The
Yeah.
sheriffs are really showing up this round though. They've all gotten a kill with the sheriff so far. It's a lot of guns to be retrieved. Plant will be denied for now, but another sheriff rings through. Jolina, the last one standing. She just has to shut down 2 players. Is that a mountain to climb here for her? She gets 1, but a thrifty will be had here by Heroic. First round on the board.
Yeah, it was really good, well thought out round, and I really like that they couldn't really stop Adora's advances or towards mid towards B like backside. I mean,
Mm.
Ness did get the kill onto her in the end, but she was distracted enough that Fluxy then got the revenge kill in market. So, I mean, it was a well
This is a nice.
thought out plan, I'd say, overall, and it's kind of it finally gets them on the board and going. But you can see immediately the reaction from Giant X. They are taking the space in B main, so they know that's probably is gonna be an A hit this time.
Yeah, noise is being made. Heavy stack still. Information being gathered here in mid side by Superfrog. But ready on that short rotation. We'll start to do that just now. Looks like we've got Jolina back in her old spot up on that box. I think this time around, maybe Heroic will start to expect it. She will drop down. Shock dart and grenade being used here, trying to clear out any corners just so Heroic knows they can start making their move here. On this A side, they will be doing just that as the plant goes down.
Spike planted.
Oh,
Off your feet!
Oh, yeah, let
ulti
him.
from Scylla. Will catch a lot of players here, and but Miori,
Player standing.
good for a lot, but not good for all of them. Ness is the last one standing, has the Hunter's Fury available to her. Sonic Dart. Not a lot of time to play with here. Need to find that spacing around, but she needs to try and make her way here towards that. Oh, towards that spike, but she just gets caught in the back here by Super Frog. Wonderful patience here by her. Heroic second round on the board.
Yeah, Super Frog played perfectly. The timing was so crucial. But I feel like this was too chaotic. Joy, look at this. I mean, Miori's picks here. It is, I mean, amazing. For a second, like, I had a flashback to, like, yesterday's matchup when it all went downhill for, like, that team when... I mean, yeah, I just have like, bad memories when, like, the flood keeps happening from the... Okay!
Oh, no! That is absolute disaster as the finger pew-pews get shut down right as they get popped here. Smurfette taken out of the equation here. Everybody else just chilling with the sheriff. This is going to be a very hard round here for Giant X. We've seen them climb mountains. We've seen them pull off giant plays.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic Valkyries, they're used to Smurfette's antics by now. Just like, go in, get the kill. And she's so quick on her feet. So it has forced Heroic Valkyries to adapt. And, Giant X, they're kind of, having like difficulty with that right now because Heroic Valkyries are so ready to Smurfette advances.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they've really adapted to it. And, I mean... kudos to them for that, right? Like, this is the thing that, like, gives Giant X so much wind in their wings, like the way that Smurfette can make an entry and, just open up an entire site for you to play off of. Still have the showstopper available here as well for Adora. Miori very close by here. Lying in the waits.
Oh, yeah, okay. Finally caught. Miori gets the kill into Adora. Meanwhile, the flank play is, cancelled all of a sudden. Miori uses a neural theft to spot out all the players of Heroic Valkyries. They do not have such good guns in hand, but it is manageable. But with all this utility in your face...
Oh my god, Miori dancing around. She's actually still standing. Get shot Super Frog down. The sheriff rings through again, but the gun difference just seems a little bit too big. It's halfway, but it won't be going the whole way. As Heroic will drag that one across the line. Still an excellent performance though, like considering that they were only on sheriffs this round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really had Heroic Valkyries kind of off on their feet. These, like, picks were just way too good. And
yeah,
this should do.
This one was even more chaotic, I want to say, because my goodness, this much sheriff action, I haven't seen that in a very long time.
You can see the adaptation by Giant X. Instead of having Smurfette on the front lines and B main, this time it's on A main. Plus, you can see Adora going all in, but she doesn't see Miori. She doesn't check her corners, and Miori punishes Heroic Valkyries for that.
Absolutely punished here. 2 kills. Fantastic opener now. Fluxy and Lyda good for 1 each. Heroic making their way onto site.
I was like, am I seeing the map upside down? Because Heroic Valkyries are not where they are supposed to be. Okay, this ult for retake though. Okay, Smurfette is dealt with before a lot of blood is lost. 2v2 situation, not unmanageable. The shock dart to try and deny Heroic Valkyries from getting a peek here with Lyda. Just gets the pick just like that. Now Fluxy and Sarah. Oh, it's gonna be mind games now, Sarah. Okay, going in for the stun. But it's already halved and she has to swing out. Fluxy gets a kill though. And it's another round for Heroic Valkyries.
Damn! I mean, I have to say, I'm impressed with Heroic Valkyries. They are really putting up a hell of a show here. And Giant X knows it too. They're calling for a timeout.
This ult play was... Yeah, it was...
We don't talk about it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Oh, you have a huge slow motion play here with yeah, it was really tricky. I mean, Miri, she could have really punished Shrek Walkers for that. I feel like I'll still feel that, you know, check your corners. Check your corners. It was just
Yeah.
painful, but still they won without needing Adora's firepower in that round. And yeah, forcing Giant X to yet another timeout here. So far, Joy, what do you think? I mean, I feel like we're going like pretty evenly, like what we saw from both of these teams and Abyss. But do you think are like the do you notice like a difference here in the play styles of the both of these teams?
I mean, I feel like Heroic is moving like a unit. They're really calm and collected also in their post plans. Whereas Giant X, they have had really good start, but it looks like they are not so ready to read for the retakes of sites, and that is, I think, mainly because, like, you know, Smurfette is not able to take up a lot of space because Heroic is just ready for the way that she wants to play. So I think Giant X might have to look for a different type of approach here. To try and find these diffuses.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, the spike is planted, and you can see the ult is kind of like in a precarious positioning because it doesn't really give Yorick Valkyries a lot of space to play around. Meanwhile, Giant X is just going in for this flood, and all these players are alive, but there's just so much utility to deny the pins, and Super Frog's positioning is unbelievably good, and they have a lot to deal with Super Frog just going in with these kills. It's insane, it's pandemonium here at Valkyries, yet another score on the line.
I think pandemonium is the only way that we can describe this. Like, they just pinched them in between all the Asta utility.
Yeah.
And there was nothing really that Giant X could do except for just run in, you know, and pray for the best. And it didn't work out. It did absolutely not work out.
I mean,
That goes there.
chaos. Definitely, like, but with both of these teams, it's just
Yes, this should do.
every time, like, when they like face off against each other, it's just like a matter of chaos. But like, the matter of who wins is still like up for question. And Smurfette tried to, you know, contest the space in B main. Heroic Valkyries, they were like, nope, you're just not gonna just face off against you so far. And yeah, no blood lost, but still, you know, some contact being had, and Ness still up for grabs here. Okay, still in close. Did some chip damage and Silly, but don't have to quite kill her. And yeah, the action is gonna be kicking off in B main, but look where the spike is.
Oh, they are making their way towards A. Good call here, Siren. Making all this fake action happen and then rotating away as, you know, Giant X is setting up on that B. A side left completely uncontested.
Yeah, I feel like it's just like a lot of back and forth, and yeah, the stun is being committed. Miori still has her utility online. The camera is broken just in time. But yeah, Heroic Valkyrie should be able to get the plant down here. Adora.
Oh, Adora.
Okay, going in now, caught just with this blind here. Unfortunately, Flexi though still alive and kicking. Oh, and the utility filter the ball is insane.
I mean, it's the swing out from Super Frog. Really nicely punished here by Jolina. Lido shows up big. Good for 2 in a 2v1. It's Nest now. Trying to space around here. Caught in the concuss. Oh, but the timer is really not on her side either. And Heroic, they know it. They get the better of her.
I mean, wow. Just, I feel like my impression of Heroic Valkyries from stage 2 was not like this. I feel like right now it's just they're up to par with like one of the best teams in the best teams that were there in stage 2. Right now they're just like really contesting their place here, and I feel like, you know, 3-6 if they keep this performance up against Giant X, they have a good chance of qualifying for playoffs.
Yeah, and that's exactly what is on the line for them right now, and we can really tell, Heroic, they don't want to be sent home. They want to show what they're made of. Mounting up to a lead here on Sunset. We were the doubters, right? Or I was the doubter. I'm being proven wrong here.
Yeah, and you can say Giant X, a lot of times when they feel like they're lacking in one side, they try to push the main of this time, it's A main, to contest that pressure. Now, Ness is about to be met with all of these players here. She's not ready for Super Frog. Oh, look at this. Jolina's going in for the kill, but Super Frog is the one that has the last word in that fight. Meanwhile, a fight is about to be broken out in B main.
It is indeed. The plan is looking to be confirmed here as well. Miori with the Sheriff, good for one. Swinging around, they're making space here with the Sheriffs. They are ringing through here from the backside of A. B, excuse me. But Lyda has a much better gun in hand. Smurfetto has swapped it now around, but the round will be taken once again by Heroic. Super Frog has to be set though. Showing up immensely big this round.
Yeah, their strategies are really, really good. And this play, knowing that Jolina would swing out after Ness, it is so impressive from Super Frog. She's definitely to be praised.
Absolutely. All right, now we've got the finger guns online again for Smurfetto. So maybe we can see them coming out and doing some serious damage because, yeah, this is not the way that Giant X has probably planned this defender side out for themselves, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. Just starting on your map pick 3-7 when you have lost Abyss in such heartbreaking fashion. It shouldn't feel good really right now. I feel like a lot of times what they're trying just doesn't work. But right now they're trying to position Smurfette in a position where she can get these kills. But when there's Adora, there isn't much to say here, and Adora is still suspecting some more players to follow up. Let's see if she can get the kills.
Oh, she can! Sarah, super ready, gets the 2-1 here.
The lineup once again works perfectly in the side of Giant X. But Super Frog is still alive to telltale and has a spike. Is going to be rotated over towards B. It is the right side to choose, all things considered, because only Miori is here. So, okay, if you break the side for utility, it should be easy. And pick spotted out the place so they know Miori is in backside. And yeah, a lot of commotion in mid going on right now. I wonder if they will be realizing this. So.
Yeah, I think they're going to come in here. Yeah, the shock dart gives it away. Super Frog good for one. Just one more needed. She swings out and finds it, but she will not find Miori. And Miori will run for that defuse. Giant X.
So close. Miori was the first player that was accounted for by Heroic Valkyrie. Still, she was the last one to, be alive and get the defuse. I feel like, since Heroic Valkyrie is new, that she was there, we're like, okay, let's focus on the players that we do not know first, let's find them and deal with them later. But yeah, the pinch just worked perfectly in me. And those 2 kills by Sarah, it's unbelievable. It would have been insane, actually, if Super Frog got those 4 kills. Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
I really believed, I really, really believed that she could do it. But Miori has just been so clean as well. There's onto Fury, just trying to clear out any angles. Great damage done here onto Smurfette, onto Ness. And now Smurfette, can't go snooping very deep anymore. I think that, that was also the mistake, not really playing off of the initiator's intel there and just kind of going around on your own on the Neon. But looks like that is going to be kind of the play again here. Jolina still holding the angle here.
Yeah, here at Valkyries, I think they've shifted their attention to mid more because Adora, when she kind of went through mid,
Miori.
we saw really good results with Miori is willing to shut down that higher power here. And yeah, they have to act fast now because Ness's Hunter Sphere is online.
Give me a corpse.
All right. Neural Theft Online as well. Super Frog just waiting to find a corpse with the finger guns. This time are doing a lot more damage as they find 1 kill. And I just immediately cast a curse Smurfette there as she gets shut down. Heroic with the plant. 3v2. Jolina and Ness, the only one left standing here. Pinched away in the market.
Oh yeah, they're willing to venture out here, making their way from market. Smokes blocking the way so
Yeah.
much. Oh, okay.
But Jolina's head is going to be spotted as she gets shut down here. Ness now has her eyes on the spike, but knows that, you know, she's being watched. No way that she can go for it. She finds one, but Fluxy will catch her in the back, and Heroic will win this round once again. 4K for
Switching
Fluxy.
sides.
Yeah, it's like Heroic Walkers that are just like racing each other to see who will be MVP. Just 4 kill after like 3 kills by Super Frog when the last round and 4 Ks by Fluxy now. I mean, I talked about, you know, like the controllers being the powerhouses in these teams, and it's proving to be correct for Sunset and for Fluxy here.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can't be denied. But the ciphers, both of these ciphers are being absolutely on fire as well. High up on the scoreboard. Actually, all the way up on the bottom, we do see Smurfette and Adora.
Right here.
Completely other way around as it was, you know, in Abyss. You hear the
Door.
market?
Yeah, market is immediately closed now. Knights have switched, so Giant Techs, their strategy seems to be just hit mid hard and fast and catch them unguarded, but Adora was so ready for this. Correct ball crease. Okay, they're ready for the splash
this
as well. Getting so many kills here.
Yeah. Now stuck in the corner is Adora. The bomb body will come out. The cage. She tries to find the vision, but she will be denied just that. Sarah good for one more. She's the last one standing. Plant the tremor. They sidestep it perfectly here. Super Frog and Foxy.
Oh yeah, she's gonna go around. If you're
Has to find him here. She finds one.
Oh,
3K.
Flexi. You cannot let this go now. She's ready. She's expecting this, but okay.
Oh, they will be rotating
Oh,
away from each other.
Left.
okay, Flexi expects it though. Oh, but
Yeah, she's ready.
maybe.
Oh my god, they keep missing each other.
Oh, she was gonna go to market, but she realized she closed it. Okay, Flexi. Please be ready for this. And Sarah. Okay.
Oh my god, the ring around the rosies. I'm going insane over here.
Oh, it's so insane. They keep checking the wrong angles at the wrong time. Okay.
Oh,
Sarah, now wrapping around the same road. Are you kidding me? What game of hide and seek is this?
this is hide and seek for pros. Oh, she can hear the defuse. Starts shooting, but not at the right place. Oh, it's gonna be. She will find her. The defuse coming through. Heroic will find this round once again. Hide and seek. I have found you.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
my
what
God.
a round.
That's definitely like a moment to like go back and watch and be like, what just happened? I mean,
As the players as well, right? Like, it must be like, what is going
yeah,
on?
where'd she go? Because oh my god,
Right there.
I feel like oh my god. So I feel like that could have been like a movie. Definitely, I can see edits of that happening.
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree. All right, but now Giant X, they are hungry to get some rounds on the board, and this is the
Super Frog, go for it.
aggression that we want here. Smurfette is gonna start stepping up, but right into the bulldog. It's
Ooh.
2 for Fluxy. It's gonna be 3.
One enemy remaining.
Super Frog, good for one at least here, and that is all the guns down. Miori don't understanding. It's a flawless round here for Heroic, and it's starting to look like this might end in a 2-0 fashion in favor for Heroic this time.
You can't see my face right now, but my jaw is dropped because, oh my god, like
One enemy remaining.
Lexi and Super Frog, they're not even relying on Adora this map to like be like the powerhouse. Like
No,
they don't even
unstoppable.
That goes there.
seriously.
Good though.
It's so impressive the amount that the team play and the communication. You cannot have this type of play without communication. But Murphet, you see, Super Frog was kind of caught dead in her tracks right there. But
Yeah.
this could play
Ooh.
out differently. But Fluxy's still alive and kicking.
I mean, as long as Fluxy is good for a kill, I think this round is far from over. The spike has been planted though here for Giant X. They're completely backing off though.
Oh,
Oh, Miori, good
damn.
with that spy cam to gather some information. Dart will be removed here by Elida as they're starting to push up through the market here.
Yes, this drone as well.
Oh my
gathering
god, so much information gathered by this cipher. They're all tucked away. It's so
Oh.
much utility
Adora?
thrown here at the kitchen sink. Miori good for the first. Kills being traded back and forth. It's the defuse.
Fluxy,
Will
Fluxy, you going for this?
and Heroic taking it once again right under Giant X's noses.
The ninja defuse is insane. 4-11. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what I was just whispering to myself. Are you kidding me? This was like, daylight
Okay.
robbery. No way that Heroic gets to
That
do
goes
that.
I'm seriously convinced that we're just like shooting a movie right now. Like, what title is this? Give me. I mean, the actors are there. I mean, just it's insane. I mean, I'm just at the edge of my seat. I'm just this game is somehow even better than Abyss Joy.
Yeah, no, this is pure cinema, I would say. Yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, we're shooting some type of movie. Smurfette comes in. Sarah is there to confirm the kill. Fluxy taking a little bit of damage. We do see the plant being confirmed here by Heroic.
Oh, look at this lurk play here by Miori. Oh, I
Right.
thought this could be deadly here. Yeah.
Where is
First
Okay.
shot misses. There's the neural theft. She's going to rotate straight into them, though.
Yeah, she doesn't quite go for it yet. She's still in the back lines here, joining in more kids. Now the flood is up.
Jolina might have a fantastic angle here. They're all coming in. Trades being killed, coming back and forth here. Miori missed just barely here by Adora. Now they have to pinch her in between, but Miori will get her, put her down in her tracks to Giant X. Good for a round on attack.
Adora, that was way too close. I mean, I could see her just like getting these 2 kills. The spray chancer would have been insane. Now we have a timeout by Heroic Valkyries. I mean, so far they have been going so good. So
Where is
just losing, I really appreciate that they lose one round and they just like, immediately revalid what had been going wrong, because Miori's lurk there was what I feel like lost in the round, because when you have Fluxy go towards market, I mean, we see them just relying on each other so much to just like go into the site, but when there are variables like this, when Miori is going in for the lurk, and yeah, I mean, I feel like they were really caught in the middle of the action there. So yeah, I feel like it's like a good time to reevaluate what they have been doing wrong and what they have been doing right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's Heroic can smell the win, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're so close to just not just only close out Sunset, but to close out the series. And this win would be monumental for them, considering how the last time they met Giant X played out for them. So yeah, with everything that's on the line considered here, good timeout. I'm really curious to see how Heroic is going to approach these defending rounds from now on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have 2 also playing around. Lexi has her ult and Daryl has the showstopper. Smurfettes, breaking the door in mid, just leaving it open for possibilities. But yeah, it starts out more slowly than the previous rounds here. Giant Tech is kind of, wanting to test the waters in mid and just the sites in general before committing.
Right here.
Yeah.
But you can see the double crossfire here by stealing Adora though. Okay. Okay, going for the stun here. And a stun in reply, but nobody gets caught in the action there. And you can see immediately Giant Axe just making the call to go to A. It is where Super Frog has a lot of utility though, so it's going to be tricky to play around. Let's see if Miori will be still lurking or joining your teammates.
Yeah, looks like Miori
30
will be
seconds left.
going on that lurk a little bit longer as she's rotating away here.
Oh yeah, maybe waiting for like a lurk player on the side of Heroic Valkyries as well. But yeah, okay, this initiation we got Adora.
It's an absolute heartbreak, but oh my, look at the judge from Lida. You have been judged and you have been found unworthy is what Lida has to say to that. Heroic comes out swinging. Nest is the only one left standing. A Thrifty coming out here from them, and that is going to put us on match point on Sunset. And I hear that, like, I see the chat. We're talking about this crazy turnaround here from Heroic. And man, a turnaround it has been. Heroic already on match point here. Actually, series point is what we are discussing. Great judge play once again here from Lida.
Oh, 5-12. I didn't even catch it, honestly. It's like it's been going so well in the side of Heroic Valkyries. And they didn't even have to use their ult to secure that round.
It's just like they have so much utility to try and shut down Smurfette's aggression.
Adora,
And you
have
can
to go
see she's like actively struggling, but now Jolina's Guardian has found Adora, and that's a fantastic opener here. Ginex knows that like now it's now or never. This is the round for them to win. Miori just sitting on a pistol is maybe not ideal, but if they are able to retrieve Adora's rifle, that would be amazing. Scylla drops one for them as well here.
Yeah, good opener for them in
Lida.
you see, Heroic Valkyries though, they are so ready for this action, and Lida turns back just at the wrong moment.
Oh my god, Super
Frog finishes that once and for all, and Heroic Valkyries qualify for playoffs.
Super Frog showing up super big as she just single-handedly wins that round, wins this series, and that means exactly that Heroic Valkyries are qualified. Fabulous series here, Siren. Oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, there is no reaction, but oh my god, just
yeah.
seriously. I mean, I cannot find like the phrases that this team needs to hear, because like as I said, we're seeing a completely different Heroic Valkyries from stage 2, and to perform so well against Giants X, I feel like we were not expecting this to see it just from the get-go from the stage 3, but they have done it in such flawless fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you just, you keep taking the words out of my mouth, and then I'm left here with like nothing to say. But yeah, we were definitely not expecting them to show up like this. This was just been, if it almost feels like they just completely steamrolled Giant X, but we cannot forget that, Abyss felt a lot closer than Sunset. But what a turnaround here for Heroic, and yeah, fantastic series here for them to win, and a great fashion to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. And we're seeing right now Super Frog against Flexi. The statistics, it was, I mean, they're so amazing. I mean, just I have literally no words. They have played so perfectly. I mean, their kills, even they're just like racing with each other. Super Frog 4 kills, gets 4 kills, Fluxy gets another 4 kills, and it's just like one after the other. They did not even give Adora the chance to, show off this game.
No, exactly. It's been, yeah. It's been a silent game of Sunset for Adora and for Smurfette. We both have to say that. But man, the controllers and the initiators and the sentinels showed up so incredibly big. We will not be seeing Haven, sadly, because that is what happens with best of 3 if the first 2 are won by the same team. We are not going to see third map. So Haven will remain a mystery to us in the show of between Heroic Valkyries and Giant X. But yeah, incredible showing here as we head over to our standings so far.
And yeah, a new Heroic Valkyries are with you, people. Falcons Vega +2 and Heroic Valkyries +2. And they had defeated Falcons Vega previously. So, I mean, we did talk about that previously in before we started the best of 3. And that should have been the telltale sign that they would have been, victorious for today. But oh my god, I'm so happy to see how much they improved Heroic Valkyries over like the course of these stages, and right now they're qualified for playoffs, so it is huge for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they came for today. They got it. They did it in such an amazing fashion. Really rocked up the standings of this group, as well as they of course found themselves on the 5th place before we went into this match.
Yeah, definitely. And wow, I mean, those were both like the map stats. We didn't really have stats for Heroic Valkyrie specifically. We didn't know they would come prepared for Abyss because it was their map pick. But on Sunset, it was a little bit more like precarious because we know how Giant X performs so well in that map, and we didn't quite have the stats we would have normally to see how Heroic Valkyries would perform there. But still, to close that out, like even in more like such like dominant fashion than Abyss, it tells you a lot about how like well this team is currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pleasant surprise to see this performance because, yeah, as you said it, we didn't really know what we could expect from Heroic Valkyries. We have a lot more statistics on Giant X's performance on Sunset, and I think this, equally caught Giant X by surprise. But yeah, I mean, the 2 timeouts that were called in the first map already kind of gave it away that they did not expect this performance from Heroic Valkyries. But yeah, this has been really strong performance for them.
Yeah, I feel like we have praised them enough, but yeah, I feel like we're gonna be seeing like much more interesting matches with them. But our next best of 3 for today is gonna be G2 Gozen and Adwanat. So before we leave, Joy, do you have any predictions for how that could go?
Oh, I mean, I think, we're all inclined to say, yeah, G2 Gozen is going to take that. I will stick with that for now, but I'm not counting Odd1 out just yet. Man, I should stop doing all these puns. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry.
You're okay. You're okay, definitely. So, and yeah, I do feel like more inclined to say G2 Gozen as well, but Heroic Valkyrie surprised me today. So today I feel like all is possible. I feel like with the new roster as well, I do not have a lot to say as well. But yes, that will be another game to see how it plays out. But yeah, this was all from us. This was Joanne joined by Joy here. And yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with G2 Gozen and Adwanat.
One enemy remaining.
I know exactly.
Standing. Remaining. Yikes.
You're just
Spike down. Last player standing. 3. Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Head.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
You want to fight it?
Seconds left. Last player. One enemy remaining. They're standing. One enemy remaining.
There they are.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots. Require destroyed. Stand up. Put down. Eagle.
One enemy. Standing. One enemy remaining.
And with the break ending, we are back to VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Akamask, also known as the Valorant version of On a Pixel. And besides me, there is Sophie. And
Hello.
you know, it's great to be back here on the broadcast and have some good times with the VCT Game Changers EMEA, because we have a banger matchup coming up, coming with some heritage from that last split, because it will be Odd One Out versus G2 Gozen.
Oh, for sure. Well, this game doesn't have any grounds in the standings, right? Both teams narrowly, or I say one team narrowly making it to playoffs and the other already punching the ticket to Game Changers champions in Berlin. This is more just for bragging rights, maybe revenge, because one of the only teams that G2 has lost to other than Falcons Vega way in the past was Odd One Out last split. But we got to talk about that later because as we said, looking at the standings, I mean, G2 solidified their seeding basically as the #1 seed coming out of Group A in the playoffs, and Odd One Out, there's a world where if, Nazar and their games end fishy, they could end up with a higher seeding. So if they beat G2 Gozen today, it'll definitely put them in a better spot moving into playoffs.
Yeah, Odd One Out is locked for playoffs after Alternate Attacks lost against Command Cop yesterday because Alternate Attacks doesn't win the tiebreaker against them.
Yeah.
But on the other side, you want to have a better position going into playoff, especially with BBL Queens and Giant X are looking to be one of the two teams on that spot number 4 after Heroic pulled off some heroics once again and won against Giant X in the earlier game.
Yeah, I mean, they're just moving up the Group B ladder game after game. And it's going to be so funny to see Falcons Vega likely over Heroic Valkyries, even though they beat them if you look at the head-to-head. But we got to get back to the teams that are competing today, starting out with G2 Goes and the superstars. You know them, you love them. Amy, Petra, Mimi, Rescue, and Vanya. And I mean, for this squad, right, they've been around. This is that new core for this season, and it has yet to really be defeated. I mean, other than, like I said, they've dropped 5 maps this entire year, all right? 3 of them to Falcons Vega, and 2 of them to Odd One Out. So there is a team to beat them. It is going to be Odd One Out, but they've changed a little bit too, haven't they, Akamas, for this split?
Yeah, probably the team with the biggest changes coming into the new season. We had, some questioning about this lineup because there was just so much change going on. So many players getting picked up by bigger organizations. Fluxy and Jada, the most prominent ones, now under new teams. And Odd One Out is quite a different lineup compared to the last split, but they pull off the same sort of gameplay tricks and things compared to the last season. And I feel like they're still a threat to be reckoned with. One of the better teams in Game Changers EMEA, especially aim-wise, and Jademore as an IGL showed incredible, showed incredible vision once again. Like we all know Jademore. Jademore's a great player. Played a lot in the Game Changers main event, and that experience just shows and showed especially on Friday against Alternate Attacks.
Yeah, you talked about the roster changes, right? Fluxy and Jada leaving the roster. Jada signed by BBL. Heroic is going to be Fluxy joining that squad, and I think aiding in their success. Huge performance we saw today and against Falcons Vega for that. But I agree, they have a lot of skill behind them. And speaking of Jademore, speaking of that new IGL, I love this mentality that they're bringing into this match and into playoffs, saying that they're not going to miss this chance, and they're going to do everything they need to improve from the groups in order to win in their playoffs run. Because I think at this point, if you look at the points and Game Changers, circuit points, they have to make that run if they want to go to GCC, or at least make it really deep into it. And then other than that, it'll be out of their fate. But I think that's a great synergy to look at for this G2 match, right? You get one of the best teams that you get to go up against, like Vanya, right? Akamask. So it's a great litmus test and a great chance to test new things out.
Yeah, especially like Vanya, probably the most impressive player up until now in the split. You have like 3.4 KDA on nearly 50% headshot rate on that sort of cast. It's just incredible what Vanya is doing for this G2 lineup. And, as a whole, G2 looked so untouchable this split thus far, right? No maps dropped, no real problems against team other than like the 13-10 against Carmine Corp on Abyss, which was the closest anyone has gotten to them. And I feel like it will be rough for Odd One Out to pull this one off, but Jademore, you already said it in there. We already seen it in the tweet. Odd One Out's motivated. They want to go there, and sometimes this extra bit of motivation is much more worth than just pure skill, because G2, they are pretty safe, right? They have Nazar and Odd One Out right before them. The only thing they really want to avoid is a first round matchup against Falcons Vega, I feel like. And maybe after today, a first round matchup against Heroic, because that would also be,
Yeah, they have been looking scary. But we do have our map picks and bans ready for this best of 3, and I was trying to read into things here as we get that reveal, and I called the Abyss and the Haven bans, right? Haven, the only map that really Odd1Out's been able to win, and then Abyss obviously is the insta ban for Odd1Out this entire split. They don't want to try out that new map. They want to stick to their core, stick to what they know. But then when we got to the first round of picks, I was genuinely surprised, right? Odd1Out floats Icebox. G2 doesn't choose it. They go for Bind. And Lotus for Odd1Out is another map that's really, really good for G2. So the fact that they pick into that leans into what I said beforehand, where I think they are trying to choose some of these more difficult maps so they can try out new things against one of the best Game Changers teams.
Yeah, and especially trying those things out against, you know, the better Game Changers teams might be something you really want to do right now, in a point where, you know, you don't have much to lose, right? You have a lot of wiggle room, because if you lose, it doesn't really matter, because, you know, you're not falling out of the playoff picture. And if you play, whether you play third place of the other group or second place of the other group, doesn't really matter for you at this point, because, you know, all of the matchups will be hard. There's no easy games in this Game Changers ecosystem at this point.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, so I like the boldness of Odd1Out here to just test out and, you know, put their feet into new cold waters.
And Bind and Sunset are also interesting, because Bind has not been played by Odd1Out since the roster reshuffle. And Sunset has not been played this split by G2 either. It actually hasn't been played for a while from them. And they're like, their composition also then might have some changes since then as well, if we make it all the way to that map 3, because they've been floating it, right? It's been that map 3, but like you said, they haven't had difficulties. It's been 2-0 after 2-0. It's G2-0 for crying out loud. But that's what makes this kind of a standout to me, is I feel like Lotus, you know, is the kind of expectation of G2 being really good on it, despite it being Odd1Out's map pick. And then Bind and Sunset is where, like, question marks, this could be anybody's game. But I will also point out, the Bind pick is interesting to me, and because the last time these two teams went up against each other, that was one of the maps that Odd1Out won out against G2. Now, granted, that was G2 trying out a new comp as soon as the split started. That was the first game in the group stage, and they were running Vanya on the Clove, and as we saw, they changed it immediately afterwards. No more Vanya Clove on Bind. They kept it only on the Icebox, and then it was smooth sailing from there, right? They didn't lose Bind again, but it feels like a revenge match. That's why I think G2 picked that. They're like, we need to rewrite history, be like, that was a fluke. We're going to beat them this time. And it was a 14-12. So again, it was anybody's game. It was a matter of just fundamental rounds maybe slipping through that changed that outcome. But I can ask, I mean, Lotus, what do you think we're going to see from these two squads?
I think, and that's also a little bit of something I want to criticize about that strategy from Odd1Out, because you are just showing your hands for the playoffs, right? You're locked for playoffs. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You can just play to your standards and play through to your basics and stick to that, and don't show any particularly new things. And yeah, they don't do it. Like, it's not particularly anything new. We saw the G2 comp against alternate attacks, and I feel like for Odd1Out, that's a standard Lotus comp for them as well, right?
That is the same composition that they ran against a Carmine core, where they lost 8-13. So it was still really, really close, but still a few more things that they need to work on cleaning up here. But the deadlock for Mimi, I haven't gotten to see it. I know they've played it, but I didn't get to witness that match. Did you get a chance to watch that game?
I commented.
You commented it.
I commented that much.
It's your German goats, of course you had to. But how did that go? What are we supposed to expect from this competition?
I disliked that match.
You disliked that match? I wonder why.
On a personal and totally not,
unbiased casters,
as an unbiased note, I enjoyed casting the game because it was high-level Valorant, and because I love how G2 just plays around with that deadlock. On a personal note, I really dislike that map. But in the end, yeah, G2 pulled off this deadlock comp really well. We saw a lot of teams experimenting, especially with Race plus Deadlock. I think it's really interesting to have the Fate and that combination here, to have like two agents that enable Race nade kills in a way which is nice on Lotus, because you have a lot of spots where Race nades just fly in default angles, right? Especially behind rubble on A side, that's the sort of default Race nade, and having two agents that have abilities that help you, get an early head start into the round with the nade is something really interesting, and that was the original idea behind those deadlock plus race comps, especially on Lotus.
Yeah, I love that perspective, right? It opens up Rescue and their flexibility and the different number of set plays that they can have. And I feel like for the squad that is G2, if Rescue is having a good day, fragging out is enabled to a whole new level by this composition, then it's become a lot easier for them. But we are getting ready to jump into the game. G2 goes in versus Odd1 out here. We'll get to see, you know, maybe some of the lessons that Odd1 Out has been learning, what they have been cooking up, or if this deadlock utility, this deadlock composition is going to throw some chaos into the mix. Obviously, G2 goes and looks like they start out on the defense, and it's going to be Odd1 Out on the attack, which is interesting in its own right. G2 choosing to start out on perhaps the weaker half historically for Lotus.
What's interesting for me about the G2 comp, is you don't have the solver. This might be a little bit of a problem because we know what Sasuke can do with the Cypher, right? Those Cypher setups might be really problematic for G2 in certain angles if you don't have something to reliably destroy those wires. On the other hand, Sixonia, I doubt that we will see her on another Agent 10 solver at any point in time. You know, it's just so iconic. So in the end, this might be something G2 needs to think about and take some more inspiration from, or more, you know, a more intelligent approach to just crashing onto sites and crashing onto sites. That's what really Odd1 Out wants to do here.
Yeah, no, crashing on the C site. We already have the slide in, but look at these further back trap wires from Amy. Sasuke, though, actually the entry here through water. And as a result, they have completely overwhelmed Amy. Petra also caught in the crossbars, caught as collateral, and it just feels like G2 is taking 1v1 after 1v1. This time, Mimi's going to win out there 1x2. And as a result, it's going to be Vanya left to pick up the rest of the pieces. A 1v3. The group up here, the friendship circle, just taking a tour around the C site.
But if someone can do this, then it's Vanya. Jademo makes it close to that small run, and in the end, nice opening from Odd1 Out. The side crash worked out so well for them.
And I think part of that, right, came from the fact that G2 went for that kind of pop A push, maybe that gamble of the 3 players. They're taking that A main control, hoping that it was going to be an A pistol. Unfortunately, it wasn't. And now what they're going to do is on their eco run, double down on that gamble. They're like, all right, there's no way they go C twice. B is weird with these better weapons, because then we could, you know, have shorties around the corner where the classics can get these better angles in closer range. So this A read looks pretty good. The difficulty now is Sixonia, and this proactive dart is going to spot all of it out, perhaps.
Yeah, but the bolt doesn't really clear out anything. Some spam will reveal. The G2 players here. Reveal comes through, and Vanya actually finds an opener onto Sonya.
Guardian down.
Bigger gun in hand for the side of Odd1 Out, but Vandal's still in the hand of Jademo. If we find some contact, it might be deadly. Nowhere to be seen.
And those terror tendrils extended all the way to C, so they know exactly where this squad is going, even without the sound cue of the plant that has now come through. But this also gives time for Odd1 Out to prepare. They know all these players are coming from the flank, and there's the correct response. Take CT space, flip the map, so you're still just retaking, just with a mirrored Lotus.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's house swapping time for those 2 teams. Rescue just jumping towards those boxes, finds contact with Jademo, but no fraction to be found. Vanya trades themselves out, but Devil's Scar around that corner. Nice 2 frags. Goes through the smoke, and the last one falls into the hands of Sasuke. Odd1 Out. Not the best of all anti-eco rounds, but in the end they get it done. 3 weapons in hand. And at least the possibility to convert that bonus round, because you should have more than enough resources here. But tech forces, we've seen a lot of those.
Yes, and it should be a very short one. I believe it was just an observer crash, so we'll get loaded back in here very soon, because we want to make sure you have the best viewing experience possible for this epic matchup. But I agree. I think there is a solid chance of them converting here. It does suck that they lost that Guardian right out the gate from that overwhelming A main control that G2 went for, but they've been toying with the idea of that force up, which I think is always an option when you have a player that only opts for a ghost, like they typically see from the Sentinel players. And I think they were just memeing, you know, knowing it was a tech pause that the operator purchased, but that would be a statement on attack for Lotus. So I'm excited to see what exactly they go for in terms of the buy, if there's going to be any additional force ups. I mean, Devil Axe has the Vandal.
I don't think that Sasuke will go through that operator play, because it's not like, no. Like, that's not the call. But
Nah.
I mean, we see it a lot with the chamber comms of Heroic, right? Where you have to attack a set operator, but chamber is a whole different agent. And in the end, this should be Vandal should be the call. It's a fairly good bonus round for Odd1Out. We have talked about it. If they manage to get an early frag, it will be basically full buy against full buy, and from that point on, G2 might find themselves in some unsteady waters. Drone has been destroyed. Vanya needs to get out of there fast. The aftershock chases after her, but no frags to be found. Rescue in the end opens this one up. Sasbake with another trade frag, but Petra is there. They're just trying to crash that fight and get it into the hands of G2 Gozen, but no frags to be found. And Sonya, another frag, and with that, now Mrs. Advantage secured for Odd1Out.
And Vanya was on an island for so long. And there was no support from Mimi on site, and Amy not inclined to commit to the rotation. For good reason, though. Because there hasn't been a decision made from Odd1Out to re-hit, particularly to this A site yet, or take that dip to blue room. And this reposition could mean everything for Mimi. The timing is perfect. The 180 and the slow rotation of the door, but the whiff's connected. It doesn't matter. The spray transfer, and that makes us evolve to 1v1. 20 seconds to swing, and the one exchange from Jade Moi, what was chaotic and thrown into the fray, comes out with that bonus that you foreshadowed could come true for Odd1Out.
You know, the hardest shots to hit are shots on the back of the head when the observer is on your screen. Those are the hardest shots to hit in Valorant. Facts. But in the end, as we talked about it was a good bonus round for Odd1Out. Like, the weapons they had in hand were absolutely suitable to take this round over, and in the end, exactly this one happened. G2 struggles mightily against Odd1Out, and you know, once you win it, once Odd1Out wins once Odd1Out wins the second time here, it might become a tradition that G2 doesn't really like.
Now, G2 is just trying to change things up. Right now, they have the Deadlock and the Cypher both on the C site. Knowing this is an eco round, they also are more inclined to rotate faster, especially with how deep you see Rescue over towards A without seeing player presence. So if Odd1Out follows through with this execution, it is going to be a more stacked site. They're trying to keep Amy in the dark, especially with Mimi revealed. You think, oh, there's only one Sentinel here, but there's two, and there's Amy with the GCD now looking to play around their cage as well. Unfortunately, they haven't cleared out Jade Maw, who is a perfect entry point here, and I think they've finally realized how many players are truly here for G2, but they don't realize that Petra is on that proactive front, off of Mimi's utility, off of that net. And now, finally, a fake rotation to B. They realize there's a pinch main. Or do they?
I don't think that they've realized. I think that they've called a full rotation into the C side, and another frag falls. Rescue gets a kill, but why don't they clear out that corner? Vanya stays unchecked, and it will be a 50 for G2 without any major losses. Only one person dies, and G2 just takes this one around, and Odd1Out in the end just too unaware to clear all those angles. Sloppy executes left and right, and G2 takes full advantage of that.
Sound sensor up.
That is one way to get back into the swing of things after losing that third round buy up for sure. And it really just came out of, like I said, the speed of the rotation, the read into the fact that this was going to be a C stall out because of that double Sentinel utility, and then this crossfire and the distraction between Rescue to keep Vanya in the dark. But we're already into the action. We're already into the trap plays over towards A. There's that Season 8 combo you asked for, but unfortunately, it was a slower approach from Odd1Out. Nobody gets caught out, and instead, it's going to be looking like an all-out brawl on the B side. 3 players here for G2.
But a lot of information gathered. The fault line go through there as well. G2 are outstunned, need to fall back into their defaults. 3 players on B doesn't really find any success. This net combo out as well. So no major options to stall out the approach of Odd1Out right here on the A side. Mimi there as well. And some contact with Annie, but can't really stall anything out. G2, first rotations coming through. Also the port of Vanya gets a lot of information right before the C side.
Now, we're going to see the first look at the A hit and the first look at Mimi and their hold here. You would think, but the wall's enough to thwart that execute. The pop here in to B. Rescue seems to be overwhelmed. And then because of that, they have to fall off through C-Link here. But that's the plan, is to still follow, to still track these players.
Vanya?
Unfortunately, they don't expect Vanya, they don't expect Amy, to pinch immediately. And that places 6 Sonya in a 1v3 clutch scenario. Should have the time to get a plant, but instead, just trying to get a better position to go for the clutch out here. And this opens it up to a potential wall bang, a potential nade, net combo, and that just is perfect to lock them in position, lock them in to the wall bangs. And while they get the plant money, that is all they are going to be able to achieve.
Yeah, not the clean spawns from O1O. As we already mentioned in that pistol round, it's in that eco round of G2 Esports, it's just a little bit sloppy, a little bit of not being 100% committed to certain things. And in those crucial moments, G2 is just in positions where they don't get checked on the side of O1O and get way too much impact on those off angles. And O1O doesn't really check those out and clears those. Gonna be a hard one for them, especially since G2 starts winning and the economy of O1O is dwindling. They should be on eco right now. Afterwards, on the free standings, it's all open once again. Especially, you talked about it, it's the traditionally stronger side on Lotus, even though the map, you know, shifts a little bit around with compositions, and especially with comps like the G2 one, the defender side tends to be a little bit better compared to former times.
For sure. And I like the proactivity from O1O, like you mentioned, because of the fact that it is an attacker-sided map. And they're not liking how G2 has had them on their heels last round, 2 rounds ago. And so they're trying to change that now and hoping that the first 3 weren't kind of a fluke, because we've seen that. I think we saw that in the first match of the day, right? I think it was Giant winning the pistol in the follow-up, winning a few rounds, and then it was like 7 in a row for Heroic. So I'm not looking to prevent that kind of occurrence here. Taking this, like you said, save by starkly into the A site. But I feel like with the Deadlock, with the Cypher, you're really darned no matter which site you go to, because you're going to likely run into Sentinel utility.
You can't really commit to that really fast executes, right? Because you will always have to clear out utility first, need your server shock darts for that. And before the utility is cleared, there's no real way around what G2 is trying to set up. The cam now spots what O1O is up to. Amy spotted as well, and O1O slowly but surely retreats.
Ooh. They've drawn the rotations, though, from G2 over. The only potential playmaker would be Vanya here. Pushed up to Mount is what's keeping these players for G2 over towards A. They're like, I haven't spotted them Mount. And my guess is that as soon as Vanya makes contact, they're going to TP out, and you're going to see that immediate rotation from the rest of the players. So there it is. Recon bolt, destroyed, drone. All this is a fake, though. And it seems like G2's aware of it.
They're so confident in retaking the sites that it's fine for them to just give it over to O1O, but no, the utility, they should know what's going on. Annie on site already, one crack into Amy. But the Spike needs to be planted. Deadlock ult out there already. Rescue finds a double kill. Spike is down into Narnia territory. No option to recover this one. It's just a Sparker and 6 Sonya. 6 Sonya all half of a marathon to get back to the site, and G2 is all of it out. Sonya as well, falls as well. Equalizer by G2 Esports, and this is just so hard for O1O. They tried to lure G2 in that rotation, but didn't work out. G2 too confident in their ability to retake a side if O1O wants to rotate.
This should do.
Yeah, I feel like that's the issue with this composition is you have Annie, you have a Neon. You kind of expect them to go in off that Sova utility, off of Breach utility. So with that lacking, just the Sova drone, just the Sova dart isn't enough for a tenured team like G2 to commit to that rotation fully. And this round is a prime example, right? You see all this utility, so now you're convinced it's a C hit. So this is where you're going to see Rescue rotating. You're going to see the clear out to make sure there's no lurk player from those Prowlers from Petra. And all this makes them confident that for now this was looking like a C hit, but the lurk player wasn't lurking at B, they were lurking through A. So Spake trying to keep this an open option. They had that early cam. And they had that early frag on Ivania. That's huge. No smokes now for the retake for G2. And they're just checking all their boxes while they follow through on this rotation to A.
And I love what O1O is doing here, just luring out rotations and dwindling down patience from the side of G2 Esports. Because those fast executes doesn't really work out against the double sentence set of Jademore! Are you crazy? Finds the double kill on the lurk behind that corner. You get one, fine. You get two, amazing.
I love the calling from Jademaw there. And you talk about you don't typically have a lurking omen, but Jademaw is like the textbook anti-example to that. They are perfection at it. And you see, what is it, rescue and a deadlock pushing out mound. You're like, all right, then Cypher has to be A. So we're not going to run into the Cyphers. Then we're going to go into the free site. Unfortunately, it's only free temporarily. Petra, on a quick rotation from B, is able to at least secure one, but that is not going to be enough. It places EMEA in a 1v4 situation here. And you can tell how careful Odd1O is going to be. They don't want to lose the lead. DivE is also 1 HP, so there is a world where EMEA could go nuclear here. That's why they're trying to distribute these forces, but they can trust in Jademaw, who opened up the round and has been the closer for it.
In Jademaw they trusted, and Jademaw answered their calls. Odd one out. What a round from them. Just tempo mix up, and like, I love the call to leave Jademaw on the side, because you want to reunite with your Cypher, you want to play onto your lurk, but leaving one of the players for a possible rotation is an amazing call for Odd1O on their side. Also, Omen has impact on B, on the other side, right? You can still smoke A side from that position on B. So it should be 100% fine. Now, rescue with an operator in hand is still another story. They need to clear up Petra there. This angle could be incredibly dangerous, especially if they play it into a crossfire.
Annie is so aware, so near the shock darts. And Sesbach has been great at anchoring the flank as well, so nobody can sneak through. They can't go for these pinch plays, so they're doing a nice job dismantling the defensive approach from G2, enforcing these rotations, but now they have all the information they need to inform these rotations. They're like, we didn't want to fight into the Cypher last round, we don't want to fight into the Cypher this round. Lack of sound cues on C is making Petra have to go for the re-clear, and they haven't heard anything, so they're actually leaving, narrowly avoiding the players. Jademaw on this call to hold is perfection, or it was. Look, G2's headed back.
G2 are going back and forth. Now coming back into that C side once the execute comes through. Annie already on site. So much space has been taken by Odd1O, but Petra is the first one to strike. Finds the Spake. Only a trade kill possible, but Jademaw already with another, but a double kill from Vanya. From the CT area, it's too strong. Keeps that round close. Keeps Odd1O on their heels. EMEA, last screen standing. But in the end, Odd1O clutches it out. And it's the double round lead for them.
Just the micro decision making there to, instead of plant, go for that CT pressure, hope there's the group up from the players of G2, and they were correct and they get their trades. I mean, obviously there was some misutility from both sides, right? Showstopper missing and this Rolling Thunder not catching out Rescue or Vanya. That really made things evolve into that one-on-one, but true trust in DivE, they're able to get that frag, and they're even able to force G2 to take a time out here on Lotus, a map that I want to remind you guys, they are undefeated on this entire Game Changer season. Stage 1, 2, and 3. They are 5-0 on this map.
I gotta say, at some point, Sephiroth music has to play in the back of their heads, right? You know, at some points, the thoughts of the last split have to be present, and Odd1O is giving them a real hard time. Like, yes, taking 5 rounds on death should be fine for G2. They should be managing to, transition into attacker side better from a 5-7 or 6-6 point, but they shouldn't go like 8-4 or 9-3. That would be, for my taste, just not enough, especially when you have a combo with double sentinel. Like, yes, you have like, yes, you have like more than enough utility to get onto site, but you don't have a traditional initiator. Aside from that fade, you need to play a much slower game compared to what O1O is able to do.
I think that's a good point to highlight. Like you said, they're starting on the defense. They have the Devil Sentinel. In the game where they 13-5'd alternate attacks Ruby, it was because they started out in the defense and got that 10-2 half. So they had that. They didn't have to play out that attack with that Devil Sentinel as much. And then once they got into it, we saw 3 rounds from alternate attacks Ruby. So they are going to be weaker when they get to that half. But that's why they took that time out. That's why they're coming out swinging here. Rescue Vanya, keeping things flawless, anchoring down this A site. Again, joining up these Sentinels has been a nice inner working for them, because then they can feel more fluid around the rest of the map. Make plays like we just saw.
Yeah, rescuing Vanya and bringing down the side is incredibly important here now for G2 Esports. They need to find their rhythm on the defensive side. And you talked about the attack series. Yes, once we came to attack side, G2's comp looked a little bit lackluster. There were obvious flaws in their game and in the style they have to play here. Mimi finds the Sparker through that cage. They try to play a more offensive game, but Sparker can't find the frags, and Petra just closes out the round. G2 back on track, and 1 round only the deficit.
And some great calls, probably. Some nice pointers, probably, from leader there to make this a flawless comeback out of that timeout. You're not going to see a response like another timeout from O1O this half, I would think. They already used 1. That's what allowed them to extend their lead further here, but now it's starting to slip, and really came out of this proactivity here off of the Nightfall. They splintered the remaining players of O1O versus, as I mentioned beforehand, they like taking these fights, these duels together. Now they're going to be looking, all right, how can we overwhelm this, maybe stack play? And that's a good thing I've pointed out from O1O, I think, is they learn their mistakes and they develop off of them. And so it looks like they're taking it back to the A side. They want to get a rerun, where number 1, they're not going to have to deal with the Nightfall. And number 2, they're hoping to remedy the mistakes because it's the same exact stack from G2. Oh.
Does it work? Does it work? Annie already into 3. A lot of aggression from that Neon. No one to be found. Vanya had more than enough time to just pour it out of the side. Reunite with her mates, and I don't know if O1O has gathered enough information to just rotate fast into another side. Vanya escaped, and you probably heard that Omen TP, but did you hear anything else really from that G2 side?
When all else fails, you go B. Unfortunately, they are going to spot out the lurk from Jade Maw, so they know this is set up to be kind of that B crunch, and now they know to keep an eye out for Jade Maw as well, who is that backdoor A option. I like that they also have Sasuke exploring towards C, but they've also gotten away from something that they didn't like. So, again, going back towards the A site. 35 seconds and counting left, though. We'll see how they decide to fight through this familiar 3-stack.
They're just running into rescue. And Vanya. They were on a run in the last round, and Vanya.
Oh?
I like the confidence! What a peek from Vanya. Annie gets Mimi in return, but is it enough? The spike plant will come through. But what a play from Vanya. The peek is amazing. Sixonia doesn't get lured out, and Sasuke finds Amy as well as rescue finds her counterpart. Jumps into the connector. Vanya. Only another trade. Can they do something more? It's a 2v2 situation. Petra and Vanya. Last 2 players standing. Vanya brings it only down to Sasuke. But she finds Vanya. Can she find it against Petra too? Right click coming through. Triple kills Sasuke. And with that, O1 out goes up to 6.
And what a way to close out that round. The confidence again from these players to take duels, even if they are against one of EMEA's best. And again, we talk about this top play, this aggressive defensive style over towards the A-site where there is no Sentinel utility. It's been working, but here, just an information collection attempt, that fake out on the TP, not coordinated enough. And all that does is just give the 1v1s to Sasuke. One after another, they fall like dominoes. And those dominoes have led now to a bigger fish to fry. And that is autoed out with 6 rounds on the board. They will be looking to extend that lead. And you said that you think an 8-4 is too far gone for an attack-sided map like Lotus.
Yeah, like obviously Lotus tends to fall more attack side, but I don't think G2 can pull off a huge offensive load with their comp, right? You need to play really slow. You need to wait for odd one out. You need to wait for the options odd one out is taking. And yes, odd one out needs to play aggressively with that neon, and that runs into right into the strengths of G2's comp. But I don't really think that they can pull it back from 6-6 or even a low deficit. But Jade more. Nice peek through that smoke. Finds Amy. Petra with the trade. But is it enough? Because the C side is open now. They will rotate right into that. Sixonia has been spotted by Rescue.
A spike.
And she drops the spike.
Oh, but they aren't able to get any utility out, and they decide not to overextend. They instead decide to play the retake now that they've locked in that numbers advantage here. So that C-side control really has crumbled off of just that mistiming with the door. Now we'll get to see hopefully some retake utility, some coordination here off that Prowler, maybe off of some fade utility, but Petra's low here, so they're having to play their life here, wait for the team a little bit, and I love this. Like I said, coordination, the double swing, the cut off the head of the snake, but that just means maybe it can call from the background. Rescue already on the spike. It's not planted for the spray down. A miss input here, and Rescue can stick it all the way through. They recognize the double swing into Waterfall, and they say, all right, then we're just going to take control of the site. We're going to take spike, and we're going to take the round.
There was huge oversight by odd one out. Like, they need to communicate about that plant spot. Like, I think one half of the team thought the spike will plant it for Waterfall, and the other half planted it, you know, for a more side-centric play. And in a more safer position, so G2 can't spam it. And in the end, that oversight costs odd one out the round. It would be the lead would be the lead at the halftime for that odd one out team comp, but all the cards still on deck for G2. Odd one out on a really, really low buy. Only 2 Stingers in hand. And 2 of their players. 1 Sheriff on Sasuke.
I must wait a moment.
And this was their force up as well, right? Like you said, last round and a half. And you said that you thought 6-6 might not be enough, but I think a 7-5 is what's going to be the feasibility for G2. So I really need to see this round. And it looks like it's possible. Neither the fault line or the paranoia connect. So Rescue continue making this space, but a calculation error eclipsed the lip of Blue Room here, and that would have probably been a 3 or 4K if it had gone through. So quite literally dodging a bazooka. Odd one out. A second lease on life, a second opportunity for this round, but it still is a 4-on-5. They still don't have a semblance of site control, and they still want to go B because that's when these Stingers are going to thrive.
You know, sometimes I wish for caster cams during cards, but Rescue makes up for her earlier mistake. Annie finds way into the connector as well. Petra there. Just to give her a warm welcome onto that B spot. Space has been gained. Odd one out on site, but in a 2-player deficit.
Rolling Thunder's gonna come online from that plant for Devlaxa. This is feasible. A 4v2. Again, like we said, buddy, joined at the hip. A mistiming from Mimi to swing away, but Sixonia's on an island, and that is the Rolling Thunder gone, neutralized, and so is the half. 6-6. For G2, a much needed scoreline here. Speaking of that double sentinel composition once we get over, but couldn't ask for anything closer here for this brawl. This rematch between Odd One Out and G2.
For a second, I thought our observer would show the replay we don't want to see. Amy, nice double kill here. And G2 now, for me, has to play a really, really slow game. Like, you have this double sentinel comp, wait for odd one out to play aggressive. Wait for odd one out proactivity to come through. And look where you can find advantages on the map through just holding specific areas. For just punishing odd one out, for taking space on their sides.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
That double sentinel setup doesn't enable you for fast side takes, right?
Yeah, once they take the side, it's going to be just a completely different story, right? You have the sonic sensors, you have the trap wires, all can be utilized, and you have this wall as well. So the fact that they can get this B site for free is not what you want to see, and it was out of that aggression again towards A, that gamble here. This is where things become difficult and where G2 is going to thrive. Talked about punishing over aggression, but so far it's been dodged completely. Odd One Out, a full flank here. All 4 members. We'll hopefully see that support here from these players, but they've just flipped the map, playing towards top mid, and this net is going to catch all of them off guard, allow Mimi to take 1v1 after 1v1. That makes this a 2v3 when they finally get through the deadlock utility. this point, time's been bought, more chip damage has been found. Both of these players are only a few bullets away from death, and they can't even swing into the crossfire that's been set up by G2.
Yeah, the side holds are just so annoying to play against, but Jademore finds another frag, but corner remains unchecked. Vanya, double frag. And with that, G2 up on top and up and running. First lead in that series, and this must be a sigh of relief from the G2 Golden players. Vanya, nice angle. And it all starts with Mimi, right? Finding those frags in main. And Vanya just closes out the round.
I need this.
Again, we're gonna have to tap into Mimi's mind and the calling here, because you mentioned they need to find those openings instead of make those openings with this kind of composition. But if they can find those openings, that's exactly what we're gonna see, is G2 continue to build out these rounds, because this composition is so hard to retake against, even with it being aggressive, like we have with the Breach, like we have with the Neon and those relay bolts, even with the Sova and the information that they provide. All of this is great, and it feels like that's why it's a perfect head-to-head here on Lotus for this half in particular.
And G2 starts playing this real slow game we talked about earlier. Just waiting for the proactivity of Odd1Out, but that C side will be a problem to enter. But Odd1Out proactively tries to fight this one, tries to bring the fight to G2, but it backfires immediately right into the arms of the golden lineup. The Haunt will be good to spot out some angles. The Spark is spotted. Port goes in for Vanya, and Petra rescue just in with the right timing on the swing. Vanya just a decoy to lure out the Cypher. And with that, G2 is on side planting Jademore. That comeback will be, you know?
Would be iffy, and them being on par for a flawless makes me scared that they're going to be able to convert a third round here at a minimum. And they already have the Vandal, they have the Guardian, the full Bulldogs. Mimi can likely buy up a weapon too if they even want to. They're one off of the Annihilation for crying out loud. That's why Mimi led the charge here. They were feeding her the frag so that they now have Annihilation to convert this third round. And that's insane planning here, again from G2, and why they are such a squad to be feared. They've not only taken the lead, but they are planning for future rounds while closing out the existing ones. And now, we'll get to see hopefully a first look at what the buy-up is like from the side of Odd1Out. And I feel like they're a squad that you don't typically see them getting over-aggressive. Obviously, that was an eco play. That's why they extended so far out into Mound, and maybe a pistol strat as well for taking a main space for information. But I feel like they don't need to because of the Sova pick. They can get that information that way and play things a little bit safer, which is what we need to see, is more players alive when the actual site encounter comes. And they're just not playing that way. Jademore, again, on an island here.
Position behind Mount. Paranoia comes through as well. No over-aggression for G2. Mimi has the Annihilation ready. You said as much, but Rescue is the one finding the frag onto Jademore. No more smokes for Odd1Out, and they are leaving Vanya behind, mirroring the play that cost them so much in the other half. And will Vanya find the same amount of success? Remains to be unchecked, and Annie falls down once Mimi retreated. G2 just finding success all across the map. C-side has been opened, and all of the rotations forced out by Odd1Out.
And this feels early. I want to see a timeout from Odd1Out because they need to stop this over-aggression. Coach needs to talk some sense into them because it's just providing 1v1s to G2, and they're happy to win those. Even this was a one-on-one swing from Sasbake. Like, yes, you were winning those duels when you were on the defense, on the attack, when you were forced into these clutch scenarios, but you don't need to recreate those situations on the defense here. Go back to that buddy system, that coordination, but here's another issue, is that deadlock utility like this is preventing them from playing together, right? You're doing a good job utilizing utility to fragment these players, whether it's the net nays combos, whether it's the deadlock wall. And now all of this has gotten them a third round conversion, has forced Sonya into a save, and they are one off from double digits here on Odd1Out's map pick.
And their executes are just so flawless, right? They're playing off so much information that Petra is giving them. And it's just so rough for Odd1Out to really stop them here from getting onto site. Sonya at least finds rescue. that's only one piece of the cake. She will be hunted down, just keeping the economy low for the free agent team. And G2 closes out another round. 9-6. Timeout for Odd One Out should be called. Yeah, and there it is. You kind of need to do this right now, right? You can't let G2 strive even farther away.
We'll see after the replay if they decide to make that decision as well. And it is the timeout called, which is what I wanted, because I do think it's dicey because you not only have to get back to a 9-9, but then you have those last few rounds to close where you would want to take another timeout. But you're hoping that you can jar G2 enough to take that secondary timeout so you get another word in. But I think that, yeah, if they didn't take this timeout now, it's going to get too far gone, right? Because if they wait for another economy cycle, it's probably 11-6, and then you're even worse off. So what I'm expecting to see here is, number one, a crazy eco strategy. I love me a good eco strategy following a timeout, right? This is a forced save because you just lost your buy round starting out the defensive half. But then what I want to see afterwards is like those adjustments to aggression and aggression levels that we talked about weren't working out for them round after round. Notably, right, first round, what happened? The A main aggression means that B side is left wide open. Then what happens? The C aggression is just rivaled head on. And the same thing happens there again. JadeMaw alone. What do we see? Annie alone, both trying to pick up the slack in the grounds that JadeMaw had lost. So we've had great calling on the attack. We need to see that come back here. But right now, I'm not seeing too much defensively change. Out of Odd One Out. It's still this aggression. It's still Annie playing to support JadeMaw.
And what I really love from G2, especially on Lotus, is how flexible they are in their strat book, right? We saw this against alternate attacks more on the defensive side, where Attacks was always forced to throw out utility to clear all the angles for G2. And then G2 didn't even play on site properly. So Attacks threw all of their utility into empty site, and G2 could just retake because there was no utility left. And in other rounds, G2 played heavily on site, and Attacks cleared sloppy because they expected an empty site. And that's just, you know, the flexibility that G2 is playing with. And they show the same thing on offense. They have a really, really deep strat book where they, you know, have so many different approaches that it's rough for the enemy team to just figure out where their defaults lie. Now the execute comes through. Rescue, Showstopper doesn't find any value, but Petra, right as the reinforcement follows up, Rescue onto side, finds an opener, and with that G2 on side once again will plant a spike, and the retake looks so hard for Odd One Out.
Unfortunately, they have a few more numbers than normal. Obviously, Annie did fall early on, trying to get that information to inform this proactive rotation over to C. But as I mentioned, it is so hard to retake into this site because look at all this late utility. You have the late wall now, and you have Deagle, so it's going to take even longer to destroy. You have the nade. Like, this entire composition is meant for stall power, stall potential. And then you have Rescue, who is a stall factor in their own, right? But fortunately, that's actually a delivery for a Vandal. But unfortunately, Petra and the recycling of the Haunt here is flawless as well. Gets the ping out, gets the frag, and Six Sonya just looking for exit frags here. My concern, though, is if Petra gets this frag, that's going to be the Nightfall online. Fortunately, not enough time. I don't think Six Sonya is going to be able to get away with this rifle either. That's double digits for G2. Odd One Out failed to turn around their timeout eco play. But now they have weapons. Now this is the changes we wanted to see when it's actually getting back to the head-to-head rounds.
What for me makes the comp of G2 even more scary is like you have two modes in which you kind of can play, right? You talked about the pure stall power that you have on site. That pure stall power just gives Odd One Out limited flexibility on how they want to play site, because they normally need to kind of play a site hold, just very, very strict on the site. But the rotations are just too crazy from G2, where they try to find openings at each space, at every space, and normally this means for me that Odd One Out needs to take some space into enemy territory, but I can't really because there's double sentinel on the other side, so you can't really take space. Being on site is really rough right now against G2, especially with that Fate and the raw power that Rescue brings. So in an overall sense, just hard for Odd One Out to play against that team comp, because of limited information. And Rescue once again with the opener. Annie now tries to play this one more aggressively, taking the space, but no real success for them. The story remains more on the successful side for G2 Esports. Santos Fury also comes through right now from Sixtonia, covers the default plant spots. Will she find a frag? Doesn't. And it's a retake once again as an undermanned unit. And oh my god, the timing from Mania.
Vanya. And they were hoping that the Hunter Fury could distract them enough, but it's not going to distract them from Vanya in this pinch play. They completely read into this, especially because of that A main aggression.
Oh my god, rescue?
And the rescue, just the flank around. Just the pacing changes in these post plants as well. The consistent switch up from G2 showing how deep their playbook runs with this newer composition on the attack side. Putting us to shame, Akamas, for sure, saying we were doubting them on the attack half with this composition. I mean, right now, or previously, right? They would respect the boundaries that were CT, that were Waterfall, right? They would just put up a wall, they would hold it off of the stall utility. That round, the rescue completely nails through it, punches through it, and gets the timing properly. So, just
Careful here.
what a showing from G2 so far.
It's so deep what they're doing, right? It's not most teams struggle with being one-dimensional in their default. Sometimes G2 doesn't at all. It's just so much versatility in their play. Once again here, we have a fast B-side execute. We haven't seen this one on the entire map, basically. And G2 has won every round. Vanya already opens this one up as well. Mimi, double frag again. The aim as steady as it always has been. G2, if this bucket doesn't find some magic, this will be the match point for G2 Gozen, and completely deserved and in dominating fashion, especially on the attacker side.
Yeah, and the buy, they have nothing to spend next round. Maybe Sixtonia will be able to get a buy together, but the rest of the squad isn't looking great. So that's why Suspaki is trying to save for this. They didn't find any players overextending top mid to find when they were checking spawn. Then there was that wall when they went back towards Link. So all this is just going to be playing for survival. They probably aren't going to expect Bonnie up close. And while they're able to find that frag, the trade follows suit from Amy. So not only is it map point, like you mentioned, Akamas, but now they've been stripped of a very important weapon.
Here.
No weapons. I mean, they have a buy.
Yes.
Loss bonus has stacked up so much that they are having a buy.
And they have the overdrive as well for the Neon. So that's going to help them out to a degree.
Like
There's a world. There's a world.
There's a world.
But look at this. They're doubling down on the aggression. They're going to go aggressive B main and A main. They're going to try and crunch, which is in the right place at the right time. But I still don't think I'm convinced that that's the answer here.
I'm still not really convinced as well, but the paranoia is incredible. Mimi's aim much better on the side of G2. Odd one out, just getting picked apart piece by piece.
Oh.
The Lego set has been solved. All the pieces stripped away from Odd one out. And with that showstopper, the show and the party has been stopped for Odd one out because G2 wins map 1, wins on the enemy's map pick, and I think Odd one out gambled a little bit too much on that Lotus pick.
And I mean, at that point, like, we just saw, like, Devil Axe, unfortunate, they didn't even get to see their demise there, just a rocket flying through the barrier mesh, but it's just so impressive. You know, Rescue maybe a slower start, I feel like, but then they heated up in that second half particularly. That's when they got most of these first bloods. And it really was Vanya carrying that first half. Like, the crossfires were insane. And I really, like, I couldn't find a solve or an attempt at a solve from Odd one out. Even after that timeout, like I said, they didn't change much. There still was that aggressive look. And I don't know if that's out of their composition or their preference, but, or just, I feel like it is a go-to on Lotus in particular. But that necessity just really cost them at the end of the day once we switched sides. But kudos to them for the first half. 6-6 was looking really, really strong there. So yeah.
Yeah, I also feel like it was about the dimensions of your team comp, right? G2 had such a more dimensional playbook, especially with that comp. Like, to be honest, and I gotta be honest, even as a commentator, I tend to be wrong sometimes, right? And yeah. I tend to be a little bit wrong on that team comp because G2 managed to find windows in which they executed incredibly good onto the sides of Odd one out. And I don't know whether it was Odd one out not being able to hold the sides in better ways, or if it was G2 with their team comp just managing to do that and get so much information that they doesn't need a traditional initiator or flash or something to get on site. And I really liked what I was seeing from them, especially once they got onto site. And we are talked about it a lot. It's just such a deep playbook, so many options to play around, and I like the versatility that the comp brings to them. And O1O had no second to be just safe, right? They felt always pressured by G2 in every way of the book.
Mm-hmm. And I think the stats here speak volumes because, like I said, the 14 first bloods is insane. And I wanted to look at particularly Annie here because that was, in my mind, kind of the big issue here. Is I wish I could show you the difference because the kills were mostly on sites. The deaths, once we added the deaths into this, was just all of these pressure points, particularly over towards Rubble, over towards A, these deep mound positions, these deep B positions, all of those were deaths. And that was the big issue here, was when they were going offensive on that second half, on that defense, it really was not converting rounds for them. So when we get over to our second map of Bind, I'm hoping that we get to see, you know, more anchor down potential. You know, maybe when we go to I would say a more traditional comp, but we don't know what they have in store for Bind, to be honest. And all of that is just maybe O1O feeling the pressure, feeling like they have to make these big moves for their team. But I think that's at the end of the day what I guess cost them a closer matchup after that 6-6 half was secured.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Bayern's also a very different map. Like, it's a very different playing ground for both of these teams. We will see something new, I'm pretty sure. Especially from the side of G2. Maybe we get another Clove. Maybe they give it another try. Would be a legacy pick for sure, but I wasn't really convinced by what O1O brought to the table right here. Might have been a Lotus thing, but you said as much. Bind, very different lookout, and it will be a much different kind of map because anchoring down on Bind much more important and much better compared to Lotus. But we will see that on map number 2. We'll have a short break, pick up some popcorn, something to drink, something to eat. Have a good one, and we see each other in a minute.
There you are. There you are.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
And welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3. We are in the middle of G2 Gozen versus Odd One Out, where G2 Gozen has just stolen away map number 1 of Odd One Out's map pick with a dynamic 13-6, not losing a single round in the second half. And that's going to be a huge momentum shift now required for Bind as we enter G2's map pick. A time for revenge, a time for righting wrongs for G2. And I am Zoe, joined by Akamas to call the action for you. Now, Akamas, I highlighted some of the issues I saw, but what do you think we need to see change for Odd One Out if they want to bring this to sunset?
I just hope that they have a better plan and better, overall strat book for Bind, right? I hope that there will be something different compared to their last few attempts at playing G2. In their last outing, in their last win, G2 won. G2 lost on Bind. You gotta say, but they played Clovania there and stuff like this. So different look on the different outlook on both teams. So it might be a hard one. It will be the first time we see Bind from both teams in this particular stage. So
yeah,
some interesting things might come through and some interesting agent pickups. You already talked about one in particularly in our green room.
Yeah, so I also want to point out, I think we did see Bind from G2 against Carmine Core, right? I think it was a dynamic 13-4. And that's where their normal composition comes out, which is the Gecko, Sky, Brib, Omen, Raze, what they changed after Clovania retired on Bind. But what I want to talk about, and what I'm hoping and praying for, please, Odd One Out, hear me out, is the possibility of a Vice. All right, Vice has been in the pool, I think, starting with the beginning of this week as a viability, as an option. And Jade Ball was kind of banning it. They were playing some range game, and there was a Vice pick in there, and they said, we're ready for tomorrow, part 2. And I was like, does this mean you're gonna pick Vice? And then they responded with the little glasses nerd emoji, and I'm like, this could be it, right? It's a composition we have not seen from them. Like, yes, they probably have played it prior when they had Flux, when they had Jade on the roster, but not now with this new set to back up the core. And now the question becomes, Zachamask, who would you want to see on Vice, and why do we think it could work on Bind?
I feel like Bind is probably one of the best maps for Vice. You have so many walls to just play around with your flash on the one side. You have so many particular spots where you can retake it from with the flash. With the spots are really good for the ultimate, especially ulting like from dams or from elbow on the other side. And Vice as a whole can play around those smaller spots very, very well. Especially if you have those smaller angles and those smaller windows to play around when the wall plus Thorns combination can work out. I feel like if we see it today, then it will be from Odd One Out. I don't think G2 will show us anything new. Like, they will play the same comp as they played against Carmine Corp, because why would they show anything, right? They're locked for playoffs, they're locked for champs. Why would they really show anything if it isn't necessary to win a playoff series?
At this point, I want to say they're almost locked in for the #1 seed as well. So it's not, worrying about going up against another top tier team like Heroic, like Falcons Vega, like Giant X, who I think one of the G2 support staff said they placed Heroic in that top 3 with them at the moment, which is interesting. But we have the big reveal ready for Bind. We get to see if there's gonna be that Vice pick or not, and unfortunately not. And we almost get to see a mirror matchup. The only difference is going to be not that Omen pick, but instead the typical Viper. And instead of a Sky to complement that Gecko, it is going to be the 6 Sonya on Fade. You said we usually see them on the Sova, but they're stepping away from that initiator.
Yeah, 6 Sonya on Fade is actually kind of surprising, to be pretty fair. But it's a new outlook on Odd One Out. I also think their comp really suits their playstyle, especially, the Viper with those lurking setups can just bring so much more space to the map and enables you to play so wide on certain angles on the map. The G2 comp on the other side is just much more suited for playing faster executes and, having this more execute-heavy play style on one certain and particular timing. On the other side, you can play around much more and much longer with the Viper, with those lurk setups. Should be a little bit of a different outlook on both teams, but I'm still hyped to see which one is going to prevail, and we're gonna have a party, it feels, I think.
Yeah, for good reason. And sadly, the G2 bundle has left the shop. I bought it like the last day I caved, guys. I had to rep the girlies, but I think something else to point out, I think we talked about it a little bit with Sixsonia, is a bunch of these players getting onto roles they might not be the most confident on, right? So Bake, I've seen huge learning curves when they switch from that pure Sentinel into a Viper pick. And, you know, the same thing here, right? Getting back to Raze when they look like the Neon and the Jet for Annie, and even the Gecko for Devlaxon when they're playing a lot of Breach, a lot of KO this stage. So, again, we'll have to see. Maybe this will give new life, new feels, new energy to Auto, but it also could just make it a little bit more awkward for them. But getting ready to jump in to the action, it is going to be Auto again, starting out in the attack and the defense, and an aggressive pop from G2 works to get a numbers advantage right out the gate.
Yeah, this aggressive pop-out worked so well. 2 kills secured, and also the Gecko dropped onto 10 HP. It's gonna be a hard one for Odd1O to re-clear those areas. G2, the proactive play worked out, and I think, you know, it will be a long time until we see such a proactive move again. Like we talked about on map number 1, it's such a deep playbook that G2 is taking inspiration from. And he spotted as well, so no surprises for Odd1O. Might be able to plant this one on B, but and still, it's a 1-player deficit to overcome for the unsigned team.
Yeah, I've made nice grounds up B and a huge frag into Vania. He thinks back to a 3-on-3 here. I like the proactivity here as well from Jademaw, recognizing how low HP Devlax is. They said they need one more before they can fall back and play with the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Deeper Sky Smoke is going to prevent that exchange. They're just trying to hold these players in spawn at bay for as long as possible. And it's working out so far. Just respect shown from G2. And the Sky Smoke replace. Just gonna buy even more time here. The difficulty here, though, is that the G2 smokes might be starting to fade here. Nice pop out, though. The double flash, the Dizzy, the Sky Flash. Jademaw, though. The timing is gonna be everything here.
Oh my god, Jademaw plays this one so well. Behind all of the G2 players, the trigger discipline is good. Jademaw gets one, but doesn't find the second one. But with that, the pinch from her and Annie is just too good. Odd1O opens up and draws first blood once again. G2 with some problems, and all of this on the back of Jademaw. This insane pick into elbow was great for her. And afterwards, the trigger discipline just holding down the side and equalizing the round against G2.
Yeah, what a great recovery there. Jademaw, leader in terms of calling and in terms of fragging and stepping up when their team needs it. At this point, a pistol is a great way to get started, not only because of the mental hole that you might have found yourself in after losing 7 rounds in a row. Overall notice, but now the buy. You can tell just from the buy how confident they are. 2 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs. Petra about to get overwhelmed, but look at the 4-stack in elbow. They're trying to make it seem like it's all business as usual, right? A solo Sky here checking for info long, falls to the backside. But what's about to happen is going to be a flood paranoia play off of this flash, off of this Dizzy, and what a protocol and a half. It almost would have worked. If it wasn't for Sixsonia, the 1v1, Jademaw asked again to deliver, but this is the one player that didn't have a weapon. So Mimi, with the Vandal upgrade, with the smoke here in Hookah, and Jademaw has to play the timing to a T, but Mimi's gotten it to half.
And Jademaw will probably hear right now that the spike is already up. Jademaw gets it! What? What a swing from Jademaw. Saves the round for Odd1O. The bonus will be scrappy, but Jademaw, the hero, needed rescues. Odd1O after the terrible start to the round. All of their weapons on the ground. And if it wasn't for Sixsonia, then G2 would have probably gotten even more and even better out of that situation. Sixsonia and Jademaw really saving their team here in the right situation.
I'm still just stunned by that combination of utility and how lethal it is and how it literally herded the members of Odd1O into that corner like cattle to get sprayed down, right-clicked by Classics. But the issue here, like you mentioned, is the fact that it wasn't clean. So the full force-up comes through. So if you lose this round as Odd1O, it's not a bonus. Like, it's not. To put it right, this is a bye. And so we get an early bye round from both of these teams. And if G2 wins this, then there is a really strong possibility that's going to be 2-2 here on the scoreboard early on. But they find the early frag on the rescue, which is huge here. That sets them up quite nicely for this A split. If they can get through Petra and Vanya, who are anchoring down short at the moment.
It's a real high risk, high reward play. If you win this round, G2, you know, back into eco. And then the rounds will fall for them. Spotted Petra out. Some damage onto her, but the aim just so steady. Jademar can trade her out. At least this one comes through for Odd One Out. Vanya alone. Left alone onto the side. No paranoia in hand. No smokes. Nothing to play with. Spike has been planted. Odd One Out spreads out onto the side. One smoke to just give some sort of support for their team. The mosh pit doesn't really only finds bench. You can still play this one out of bathroom. Fresh. Already up. 4 Odd One Out. Already there. Already in the hand of Deviluxa. Dress come through as well, and Annie. Nice peek around the corner, but now you need to stop the wingman real quick, otherwise round will fall. Wingman still not stopped. G2 is still defusing. It's down to Mimi and
Jademar again?
Jademar again. She gets it again. What?
That's why they put me in charge.
Jademar, are you kidding me?
I was about to say Jademar cannot be killed. But they died to the spike ever so slightly. But that doesn't matter when you look at the statistic. It still counts as a 7-0. There was no assist damage there. And that is insane there. They leveraged the plants, the orb collection from Deviluxa to get that delay off of the Thrash. And then depositing Annie there in the U-Haul was perfect to buy just enough time for the players to rescale through showers. Got dicey for a second when we saw it consistently toying around the idea of half and sticking all the way, but Odd One Out keep that important round together. And now they're about to replace the Thrash with an Orbital Strike with 6 Sonya and a Nightfall. This is such a strong opening. They're saying they're saying that first time we beat y'all on Bind wasn't a fluke. It wasn't the Clovania pick. It was us.
Similar sides compared to last map, but this time, you know, Jademar just the unkillable Demon Queen. 7-0 to start off the map. Sonya waits this one out, finds Petra. No headshot to be found. It's gonna be a rough one for G2. They're trying to claw themselves back. They find a lot of space. Like, this is a problem for G2. This is a problem for Odd One Out. You can't give up that much space, and they don't have a sight onto Rescue. There is no information. Rescue clears all the corners. At least one falls down to Jademar, but weapon unrecoverable. Can they get one out of the smoke? But Nice Sparkle is there. Emu trades her out as well, and so one Vandal
30 seconds
will
left.
go back into the hands of G2, and this round just got a lot easier.
And I think they can win this Thrifty. This is what broke the bank last time was a Thrifty, and it is going to do it again. Just the coordination, maybe the overconfidence out of the swings from Odd One Out to overwhelm these Deagles, and they're called GCDs for a reason, because when they hit, they hit. And it might be exactly what G2 needs to bounce back, because I just opened the archives, and the last time these two teams met on Bind, it wasn't even just G2 successful, it was an 8-4 half for them when they started out in the defense. And then it was Odd One Out that had a comeback to get to overtime. So the fact that they are now trailing starting on the defense means they have a lot of grounds to work out to make up for. And I mean, if Rescue keeps getting away with plays like this, but basically flanking twice, then there's gonna be problems.
It's real unaware for Odd One Out. You can't just let Rescue get away with this one. Like, it's you're in a perfect spot basically, and you don't have the awareness to check this one from your flank. And yes, the timings were perfect by Rescue, and it always comes down to just having down your game sense and having an idea of how your enemy plays, but can't really let her get away with this one that easily. It will be a play on long. Mimi, Vandal in hand, and only Sheriffs for Odd One Out. She peeks into this one, retreats immediately. Odd One Out spotted all of the plans right on deck.
And just that silent scale up. Ooh, I really thought for a second that they weren't going to spot out Sasuke, but what that does with them spotting out the Vipers is going to keep players on A. Because now you know that it was in the back of the minds for Odd One Out not to commit to a B hit, but to go for a teleportation play. And it still isn't off the table just yet, but Sasuke wants more. They want at least a frag before this team is going to rotate, and Fortunately, all they do is just confirm there are still players here on the A site. It's even drawn over rescue as well. So
You're
they're
running
gonna
to
leave
strong side.
Fade, maybe try and sell this B off the haunt, but we've seen that G2 doesn't fall for this
30
one, just it's simple initiator utility.
Out of charges.
G2 doesn't fall for this. In the end, it's just O1 out running into the strong side. Clears out. Hams with the ultimate, the orbital strike. But is it enough? A lot invested for O1 out. Sonya has been spotted. The spike will be planted. But Petra in the backside. Just too clean, too aware of what O1 out is trying to do here. Rescue gets another trade as well. Amy and Rescue closing it out. The orbital strike used. G2 floods the side and picks apart O1 out one by one. They're all falling down into the hands of G2 Gozen.
And you know, I'll give credit to O1 out, right? Granted, they used their own orbital strike, but they got, you know, a plant down. They got the orbital strike out of G2 as well as a trade. So all of this was nice coordination and nice, I feel like, map work. Obviously, like you mentioned, they still were hitting the more stat by site, which is why this immediate flood was so successful. But I'm seeing, you know, things getting a little bit cleaner than what we opened up to with some of the mistakes that we saw in the last round with Rescue slipping through the cracks. And also in terms of the coordination that maybe was lacking towards the latter half of Lotus, particularly that double swing, you know, through the Sky Smoke back site to get those trades with these Eco Classics. Fortunately, though, not enough. G2 knocking on the door of a tied score here again. Out the gate, 3-2-3. But the buy back in the side of O1 out. We have about equal ultimates on both sides if you take the Thrash for the Nightfall comparison.
Yeah, that's good retake utility for G2, right? You have the Thrash, you have the Showstopper. You have the Battle Ultimates to just play out the play and retake. But here comes the party rescue already through the teleport and finds the Gecko. First ultimate has been used to great effect. Annie also known, but finds Vanya as well. Nice trade, but Fresh comes through the teleports directly into Annie's face. But no kill has been found just yet. Petra just now finds the Sparker. Showstopper already used from Annie, but to no avail. G2 are in control, but Sonya only a trade in the end because Annie already found by Rescue. It's only 6 Sonya, all on her own right now.
Hello.
Spike in hand, but what can she do?
And I felt like they really wanted to go A there, but just cannot cross through. Just that kind of pseudo control over the B site was insane, right? They give up a lot of the B space, but then they have that consistent threat, like looking over their shoulder for out and out, like, hey, there's Hookah players you have to deal with. And then also just the sheer neutralization of this showstopper right there, that moment with the Thrash, so that its entire Rocket Fuse runs out, that, you know, Annie is pinged down to very low HPs, and then they can't win out that elbow duel. All of this is just why G2 and the calling and the plays concocted by Leader and by Mimi are insane at the end of the day. And now, again, economy reset. Annie maybe trying to make a move with the Judge here if they can scale up fast enough into U-Haul, which is where Bonnie has been playing, but instead, they go for this high-low just on the verge of the toxic screen. That vulnerability is enough to allow both of these Deagle shots to align.
They align amazingly, but Rescue
Down A.
once again comes into play here. Comes to the rescue for G2. Double kill as well. Finds Jademore, finds the IGL.
Bring them down.
And with that, both smokes out of hands. Annie and Sixonia, the last 2 players standing for the side of O1 out. Annie in a great position. Might find Petra here if she isn't aware of that.
They look aware.
They're really, really aware. Like G2.
Oh, I love this. The teleport? So it's going to draw the rotations, hopefully, from the remaining members. The issue is they're not fast enough. And so it is getting antsy because that could happen.
Spike down
45
B.
seconds, spike down on B. And they still haven't fully committed the rotation. They're like, we think there's a player here in CT. And they're going to wait for Rescue to scale up so they can pinch onto Annie. And there, I don't even think Annie's gonna get one here. Oh, the Spidey sense tingling. That's a Vandal. 25 seconds. If they take the teleporter, this is possible.
Will
20?
they though? Nah,
It's
20.
gonna be a photo finish.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really, really close one, especially when Petra is there with 2 flashes still in hand, so she can stall that approach out a long time. 8
gonna
seconds
save.
left. Yeah, this is gonna be a save. You can't
Or?
jump over there, Petra.
Aww.
Petra finds Zenny, but I don't know if I like that play from Annie, right? Because we're at 8 seconds on the timer. You know Petra is on site. You are probably aware that she has still both of her flashes in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, you might. Yes, you are on an eco round. It's a valiant effort, but do you really want to give that weapon out of hand? I mean, it's
It was
probably
safe.
probably on a safe. Fine. Probably on safe. It's fine.
I think what's more impressive to me is like number one, I appreciate the thoroughness there for clearing all the angles if you're any, but you know that it's a gamble timings and I don't know if you heard the Burmy Heaven, but the chances of there being another player there were low. I guess they expected Petra to have scaled up into Hookah and beyond, but none of that is true. And instead, out and out, looking like they're going back to a traditional B execute. Not only do they get the information on the brim, but now they've forced the Gecko deeper into the site. The unfortunate thing though is that from the shadow from Vanya is perfect and why this Omen pick comes out on by. They recognize off of the TPs that as well the A state has been vacated, so it's a quick pop or rotation other than leaving Sasbaki for another flank play. But again, G2's been good about not letting Odd One Out capitalize off of their mistakes so far. And looks like so far this round is no exception. Rescue again, unhandled, undealt with, and even when they don't have their weapon out, it's a delayed frag. And Jade Maul asked again to pick up the round. This time they cannot. G2 work to extend their lead to 2 rounds, 5-3.
Too much to be asked for Jade Maul, but oh, it's a rough one for Odd One Out. Another buy round goes in vain, and G2 just completely locked in at this point. 12 frags from Rescue in 8 rounds is amazing. Just joined by Petra with 11. That's just the prime G2 that we want to see. That we as, you know, EMEA persons, okay, one EMEA person and one from NA, want to see.
I'm the unbiased one here, no, I'm joking.
going into the Game Changers, Championships in November, and they're just playing it out so flawlessly. And even if they're in a over rotation, like most of the times, G2 always left 1 or 2 players on the side where they expect only a rotation, right? Now they over-rotated into B, had all of the players there, the teleport play comes through, but they were so fast on the rotation because bind rotations are so short that Rescue was there in time to cover the initial backside push from Odd One Out, which was just amazing timing, amazing play from G2. You know, and in the end, they finish it up with the perfect economy. Like, no flaws there. It needs to... probably won't be broken by Odd One Out anytime soon. I feel like they can buy until the end of the half, even if they start losing now. So it's gonna be a rough one for Odd One Out. They need to be quite perfect to even get a good half here.
And last time they took a timeout on Lotus for the first half, it was 5-3, them favor. And this is not how you want to change that momentum, change that course of history. But Devil Axa, good job trying to pick up the slack. Does at least wrestle 2 back, but Rescue's on par for an ace. They have to recover the spikes. So Sasbaki has to win out this duel. And even if they do, Vanya is there for the trade. They're instead waiting, partially forced out by this dark cover for Jade Maul to join them so they can fight back through. But they've lost their flashes, so they just have to swing dry out of the smoke.
I have no words for Rescue. She's just so amazing. Just what a great player! Makes it 4, makes it 5. Rescue with the ace. Opens things up with the showstopper, and then just a steady double kill. Vandal in hand, and Odd One Out once again picked apart 1 by 1. Aced by Rescue. G2 6, Odd One Out 3.
G2 Valorant just posted a minute ago that Raze Q never disappoints when they had the 12-5 KDA. They should have waited because that ace makes it a 17-5 as the momentum is, and the mental has got to be dashed out of that timeout here from Odd One Out. And for me, I think what I really wanted to see is like the turnaround from that timeout because Odd One Out, I mean, yes, they had the A4 comeback the last time these two teams met on Bind, but at this point, I want to go back to what I mentioned prior. It feels like players like Sasbaki and Devil Axa aren't as confident on these roles. Devil Axa, the Breach has their own kind of independence, it feels like, to take these fights. Versus the Gecko feels so kind of supportive. So they're not feeling as frag heavy. Speaking of not as frag heavy, Sasbaki also trying to lean more into this lurk role instead of being that kind of secondary entry that they were playing on Lotus, ironically. This round it works out. Like they're starting to find that fine-tuning their footing in this kind of pseudo role. But let's see if they can strike again. Petra, the Seekers contemplated. Decide better though. And again, we're back to kind of square one.
If you open up Odd One Out, Rescue is down. So your top frag out, but Odd One Out still running into the strong side of G2. Only Mimi left alone on B. They're just now rotating into her. Will G2 rotate with them? The doggo doesn't spot anything, and with that, look at the minimap. Vanya and Petra already on their way towards B side, and it's odd one out running into the strong side of G2 Esports right now. The call is so good by the side of Mimi. Vanya hasn't been found. Paranoia is great. Can they equalize the round? They can. Petra finds the kill. And the spike is just planted right now. Vanya, another frag onto Jademore. Equalized round 3 versus 3. And you need to recover some space. You need to get it back. Fresh comes through, but won't reach the end. Just now.
Wait,
Spike is defusing. Wingman's there. Wingman's there. 7-3. G2 gets it with a wingman. They stacked it above each other. They sent wingman to the rescue of Amy.
I don't think that was intentional. There's no way that was intentional. But what a finisher, right? I mean, you can't even expect that if you're odd one out, right? You detain the player that is undeniably on the spike. You're like, all right, they're off. And then Wingman picks up the defuse and finishes it after Amy was able to get it to half. If Amy didn't get it to half there, then obviously Wingman wouldn't have been able to finish. Like, they would have sprayed it down, they could have heard the defuse and been good to go. But that is insane. And that has got to be heartbreaking because G2 is now guaranteed a lead. The economy is now constrained again. Broad one out. They used some big ultimates there.
I'm pretty sure that was intentional. Any rescue over a lot of distance, but found the first shot of the outlaw, and with that, you know, that shorty comes in with a lot of value. Vanya finds another one to Jademore, and once again, it's odd one out, just falling apart. Welcome to my world for Sasuke. Can she guard the spike? 1 versus 4 into her own ultimate. It's the best that you can get. The best that you can expect from odd one out at this point in time. Needs to get back into the ultimate, otherwise it will fall down. And Sasuke finds the first frag. She doesn't find it onto Vanya. And Amy closes out the round for G2. But coming back to that wingman play, I need to say this once again. I'm pretty sure it was intentional. The plant was so good for Hookah to just spam it off. Mimi sent in the wingman to be sort of the default helper if Amy gets killed from Hookah, because the wingman, you know, runs against the defusing player up until this player stops defusing and overtakes immediately. So if Amy gets killed there, the wingman starts defusing right away. And I feel like this was intended on the side of G2.
Oh, I'll have to ask later on, but regardless, hey, history might just be repeating itself. Like I said, 8-4 half for G2 last time these two teams met, and it was the odd but out comeback after the fact. The 2 opening frags here aim to make that recurrence here. The only thing is, number 1, Rescue still alive. Number 2, Rescue has the showstopper again. And we saw how that ended last time in showers. It was with the ace, but fortunately, they've beat out the punch so far. But Sasuke, I talked about it, the timing on these lurks not landing, the incendiary buying enough time here for Rescue to get over to the site. There's a minute left if they want to fall back and go back towards B, but look at where Petra has scaled through. They have cleared out all of Link, and they're even going to clear them out if they don't take caves.
And Petra might swing that round around for G2. If they want to execute onto A side, Petra can just swing around and get a frag. But they are aware. They know where Petra is. They have their senses tingling, and they waited out for G2. They want to exit at 30. But Petra might just swing around here. They have the might and timing. Petra finds Annie out. Sixonia at least able to trade her.
And they're still going to go B.
But in the end,
they knew the showstopper came from site. They knew the incendiary came from site. There should be enough time, unless the teleport play here isn't going to cut off the wingman. Isn't going to cut off the gas though, but it does cut off Jademore from Devil Axe. It doesn't matter. Wingman is good for the plant, and so are they good for the frags at the same time. The 8-4 half, history repeats itself, set in stone. We may be in for a wild ride. Are we going to go the distance to overtime again, Akamaz? That is the question.
If they do it, you know, if they pull it off once again, then, you know, Someone
Hey,
of,
you know
at odd then someone at odd one out better gets 8-4 tattooed somewhere on their body, right?
You know what's
You
even
know?
funnier? I don't remember who was my co-caster. I want to say Zach for some reason, but I was there when Odd One Out beat G2 for the first time as well, and then there for that 8-4 into the 14-12. But we'll see if that's the key to another Odd One Out beating G2. I mean, they still have to take Sunset if that's the case, but for now, 8-4 half. They still have to win this pistol, kind of to lock it in. They have the correct sight stacked.
It all comes down to pistol in a way. G2 running into the stacked side, but the stacked area is more towards gardens. Off the side of Odd One Out. The nade the nade not great from Annie. And Rescue opens things up. Rescue makes it 2. Rescue is just too crazy here in Game Changers EMEA. Just rushes all over the side of Odd One Out, and they're not in a great position to just hold it off. Petra and Annie pushing around. It's a long double kill for Petra, and that leaves Jade Moore all on her own.
Again. Name a better duo than Jadewall and a clutch. A good one at that. 1v3 here. Just start to see that utility bait. It is fortunate they should know the 2 players were long because of those trades that come through, but unfortunately that information isn't enough to get the gunfights won. Amy delivers the brim diff, and G2 with that pistol maybe are going to start dashing chances for Odd One Out to stage a comeback. And I mean, all those are right click. My RNG don't do that. Is that the G2 classic buff? I need to retoggle it.
Yeah, please pull it in. Like, if that's the G2 buff, I should have bought it, right? I'm gonna mention which one I bought. But, but you know, in the end, G2 finds another pistol round win. The pistol rounds got on their sides. And Rescue with a Vandal in hand. Just such a scary sight to see. They're going through the teleport. This will be a fast play for Odd One Out, trying to pinch G2, but they're just chilling. Just vibing on their own health.
I don't even think that, like I said, you can tell that G2's defaulting. They didn't have any Qs that they had scaled up A. That TP is purely to farm orbs for Devil Axa.
Yeah.
And now they head back to B. It's just a sprint around the map that is Bind. And I think Sasuke has heard probably this Gecko utility, so they probably expect them to be scaling up B here as well right now. Which is a little bit of red herring because it looks like they've made more space over towards A. Spike is still in Link as well. So it's really just Mimi trying to draw numbers over, maybe find frags off of this Outlaw, or sorry, Marshall. And all of it's working in G2's favor right now. They get a free and open A site.
Very free and open. One short Billy Hill moment for the side of Odd One Out running across the whole map. Like, will be planted. Can Odd One Out do anything against the stacked side by G2? 4 versus 5 moment. Or will it just be an execute on the spike up until the end of the round, right? I mean, you have a Marshall in hand for Sixonia. Now for Devil Axa. There are options.
Took time to rotate over. They have a good amount of utility, despite this being a save. Try to swing in off of the Gecko. Dizzy, but you have your knife out and Rescue as that hero Vandal for the squad. I mean, yes, give it to your fragger and they will deliver. At this point, it looks like Odd One Out just looking to deny ult orbs. Jade Maw. Sixonia gonna die to the spike here instead. An A+ on denying ults, but failing grade for the scoreline because G2 has reached double digits here now.
23 and 9? What?
Oh. For good
Okay,
reason.
Rescue, you can chill a little bit. Leave
They're
something
smurfing.
for your teammates.
Just needed to warm up, Map 1, and they still were the MVP, I believe, if I remember correctly, from G2 in that map as well. I mean, I want to see the first blood count, right? It was 5 over on Lotus. It's definitely more here on Bind so far. We're not even done.
And Jade Moore this time opens things up onto Rescue. Devil Axa also tucked in nicely. Right there in showers. Finds another frag. Amy with the stim always towards side. G2 wants to get a spike plant down to keep their economy rolling. Would be important, but still undermanned situation. You're the short-handed unit right now. They managed to find an option. To find an opening to this odd one out unit. One player known. Right there in showers, but 2 is a bit much of a stack. And all of odd one out. Aside from Sixonia. They're on site, now they're peeking around. Now they're Alexa. Finds 2! Finds Mimi and Amy! Both of them just dropping. Spike has been recovered by Vanya. But is she able to at least get the plant down? Far stretch against those 5 players of odd one out. 30 seconds left. Nowhere to run.
30 seconds
For
left.
the young Smokes player. They watch into the Alexa, but isolates the 1v1. Finds the frag, but behind those boxes, hard position to hold. Upgrades into a Vandal, but Annie, in the end, closes off the games. No more fun, just another round for odd one out.
And I mean, when pressure is building, you definitely pull out the hero plays. If they lost that round, it would have been G2 guaranteed for map and series point. So that bullet dodged temporarily. Now, they just have to work at making that consistency. Because G2 clearly pinpointed consistency in that first half, right? That is their 8 rounds won in a row there.
Caution here.
Now, that momentum's been disrupted by
Caution
Odd1O.
here.
We'll get to see. They can carry it onwards. They have the Thrash. The rescue 2 off from the Showstopper. They have another buy. They have the hookah control here as well. They're going to spot out nobody off of that Trailblazer towards Garden. Let's see if Rescue Satchel's there to clear it, and they don't. The wall drops at just the wrong time, so they have to come out all these players. It's a bloodbath.
It's a bloodbath into Gardens. Rescue and Amy just cleaning up there. And the rescue finds once again odd one out. And the snap of a finger, all of them are dead. Small camp Crystal Lake situation, because you're going back to camp. You're going back to the fire and all of your friends are dead. Odd one out, needs to save those weapons. Vanya swings around. Next kill has been found. It's just down to Annie, just down to the duelist. But that duel goes into the hands of Vanya. 2 more rounds for G2 goes and to close it out. To overcome the trauma of the past split. And to beat odd one out, finally.
And that would leave kind of like everything tied up in a neat bow for them going into playoffs, going into Game Changers Champions as well, right? They righted the loss against Falcons Vega time and time again. They have yet to right the odd one out loss, and this would be them writing it as well. At this point, that flawless energy is definitely why they need that momentum stopper here in terms of this timeout. Unfortunately, I want to say that the timeout didn't do much in the first half. I mean, it was 5-3. And they didn't win their last round. I think the 5-3 kicked off the 8 rounds in a row that G2 won. So if anything, that time gave G2 what they needed to figure out how to clean up their act. And now let's hope that isn't the same case here, because that would just be the closeout to this series. Odd one out, though. Looks like they might be able to scrape together a bye. They have the Thrash, which we've seen do wonders. What else do you think we need to see from Odd one out change on their defense side?
It's a rough one, to be honest, especially if Rescue just manages to find an opening on every single round. You kind of need to play more into your retake heavy strengths. Like, you have the Thrash now available. Rescue has her ultimate, probably. More likely than not, they will just try to gift her an ult point. And probably just wait it out a little bit. Wait until G2 is on site. Don't take early fights, because you lost all of them in the past few rounds. And then just try to retake with the Thrash. Use your available utility towards your strengths. And it might be a little bit easier. Execute for G2. Now onto that A side. Rescue already in lamps. A lot of space taken. Boombot will give even more information over to that G2 side. Spike plant has been stopped, so Sparker finds Rescue, but Mimi goes there for the rescue of her team. Fresh in hand, but Evalaxer has been spotted. Vanya can't stop the Fresh. The kill goes over to the Gecko of odd one out. Mimi, what can they do? Amy, another frag into Evalaxer. A lot of time has been taken. Petra from the backside finds the lurk frags, and G2, more likely than not, are on match point. It's only down to Sixonia.
Spike planted.
was gonna say the players are divided at a minimum, so there would have been 1v1s for Saxonia, but maybe wins out that duel, the 3K, like you said, to punch G2's ticket in to map and a series point here. 1 round off from 2-0ing Odd One Out, flipping the script last time these two teams met. And at this point, I mean, even when they're using everything they have in the toolbox, the Thrash still getting Vanya, it just feels like the recovery here and the calling is insane right now on G2's side.
Yeah, the calling is insane, the overall movement, and even when Rescue dies, there are still 4 other amazing players to just catch the fall and bring G2 that round. It's map and match point. Hawk out into long. A lot of pressure for G2 side. They're just running into that unstacked side. Both ultimates has been used. A lot of commitment for G2 into that B side. Will Rescue find some damage at least with the showstopper. Fires it into Hookah, but Jademo hasn't been found. Picking up the Dizzy back, and now Odd One Out has been spotted. They know that they want to go down for that long angle. Petra finds another frag. The paranoia is great, but Annie at least trades this one out fresh. Can they find some value with it? They can. Annie is down. Amy finds another frag. Prepare for Hellpower. The orbital to strike comes through. Amy and Vanya gets those frags and Rescue. Cole's game. Cole's night. The trauma has been overcome after a loss in their last series against them. G2 Gozen finally gets a win against Odd One Out. Trauma has been overcome. Boss music isn't playing anymore once an Odd One Out logo pops up on the timeline of any of the G2 players. And they were just getting their revenge in amazing and dominant fashion. Rescue nearly 400 ACS 6 openers. It's whoa.
I think what's going to be more impressive, obviously 13-5, a little bit of a dominant map, is going to be how many out of the total G2 got were from Rescue. But beyond that, I mean, Odd One Out, we talked about that J-Wall quote when the series was kicking off, and I think when I looked at the map picks and bans, you know, even Echo and I were like, this is not what we expected. And because we felt like Odd One Out maybe weren't picking in to win this series, they were picking in to learn and to grow maps they have not really developed on as much, right? Like Bind, they hadn't played at all this split, and they likely would have to once they get into playoffs. And then Lotus is one of G2's strongest maps, so it's a great chance to test out their composition and see some of the weaknesses or see some of the shortcomings of their playbook. And I think they were able to accomplish that a lot. So if they VOD review this and take these gifts away to then playoffs when the matches actually matter, that's when it's going to be a grandstand performance. But for now, with their loss here, it does mean their seeding will be up to the performance of the other teams in their own group. But one thing to highlight is, yeah, there it is. More than half of G2's first bloods were from Rescue.
Rescue is just different. Just, you know, that pure talent that is on that player, developing on that G2 esports side with that great environment that they undoubtedly have over all of esports. Like if you look at League of Legends or Counter-Strike, overall across all of those esports, G2 is just an organization that gives a great environment to develop talents, and Rescue is just another one that comes in line of the Caps and the Nikos and the Monasteries of the whole world, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, 77.8 kills and assists percentage is huge here as well. So not only were they, you know, getting the kills, getting the frags, getting the entries, but they were causing havoc elsewhere. And that's something I think that G2 just likes. They love these Molly comps, whether it's the Page Shield, the Incendiary, the Mosh. If they can delay the post plant, hold down these sites, anchor them in any means possible, it's gonna be those Molly. So just fitting in very well to the strategy and the approach, and Rescue the MVP today for a reason. I mean, they have an ace.
Yeah, absolutely. The MVP for, like, not only this game, but the whole series. They played absolutely amazing. 1.4 kills per round. Also, I need to highlight this. 78% cast on a duelist is, like, crazy value. Like,
No
you normally
smokes,
don't see
anything.
that. Like, normally duelists are around 70, right? If they're on a good day. But 78 is genuinely amazing, and G2 makes a quick evening. 13-6, 13-5. Great games from them, and you said as much. Odd One Out was here to learn, and I think they have a lot to learn from those series.
Yeah, I think my only disappointment is that we didn't get to see if G2 has reworked Sunset. which I think is why they tried so hard to close it out 2-0 to keep that map in the dark, because clearly they're comfortable floating it. I think they floated it in either the KC or the alternate attacks Ruby game as one of those two. And so it's going to be a map that they're comfortable going to, I feel like, in playoffs. And it truly makes me wonder if we're still going to see that same composition, which was the Breach, Fade, Cypher, Omen, and Raze. The first true meta, it feels like, of Sunset. And I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but we'll have to see if they decided to tweak it. But have to be on a later date. For now, we want to go back and celebrate RazeQ, who, as quoted by the social media from G2 right before the ace happened, RazeQ never disappoints, and that is for good reason. Now we need to get RazeQ and Clavani on the same map, Akamas.
I'm afraid this will be too powerful. You know, this will just be a tad too powerful. Like
on Sunset, wait.
Well, on Sunset, wait. What I would be interesting is
hire me. I'm joking.
To hire them. They're cooking. I would be like, what I would like to see, and that's my big question, only big question for RazeQ right now. Can they play Neon on a high enough level on maps like Sunset? Because that's like the big question mark that I still have around her, because she is undoubtedly currently the best player in Game Changers EMEA, just from a fragging and pure aim, pure firepower perspective, right? And so with that, I have this genuine question. I think the answer should be yes. But I'm, just interested because Neon gives you so much more flexibility on especially maps like Lotus and Sunset, that this is a question I would like to have answered at some point during the year. Not necessarily in playoffs, but probably at champs, because you don't want to reveal all of your cooking before champs. But here we'll see today's results. Heroic, once again an upset over GX, have beaten Falcons and GX in the last 2 games, which is nobody would have expected. That's certainly not me. And G2 makes quick work out of O1 out and overcomes that trauma from last split.
I'm calling it. Heroic with that victory. They're looking like the BBL Queens of last year, making a run for that 3rd qualification spot into Game Changers Champions. Because I think the win con for them qualifying off of points, right, is Giant X and Falcons Vega getting 8th. Which, I mean, Giant X right now in the danger zone of relegation. I cannot believe I'm saying that. I'm not quite sure how the head-to-heads work out in that regard, but we do have games coming up that can help determine that outcome. But otherwise, right, G2 is still undefeated in Group A. Everything kind of shaping up how we thought it would. The only real difference out of today was Heroic Valkyries with that victory did confirm themselves in the playoffs. So they single-handedly controlled their fate, while the fate of some of these other teams is still up in the air of their opponents and the upcoming matches. But speaking of those upcoming matches, what games do we have tomorrow? I want to go check that out here. And it looks like we're going to have G2 again versus Nazar and BBL versus Valiant. I feel like this always happens to G2 because they're higher seeding. They get like really early games, a large break, and then really late games in the group stage. But it just means that they get to kind of confirm their qualification and then troll, cook a little bit.
Yeah. Especially important game for Group B tomorrow, because if Nazar wins, they're locked for playoffs. If Nazar loses, they have another game against Carmine Corp. If they lose this one, they will be out of playoffs and Atex will be into playoffs. On the other side, BBL and Valiant, that number 5 spot in Group B is just so fought for right now, right?
Right now, for sure.
It's BBL, Valiant, and for some reason Giant X fighting in the relegation battle. And yeah, also an important game, especially for Valiant. They won against Heroic and are still in a relegation battle. This feels a little bit rough for them, to be honest, because they made some major improvements. Let's see if they can beat BBL. And having BBL being relegated and out of playoffs, if they lose this one, it might be a tad rough to hear, but this might become reality tomorrow, depending on how Valiant is playing and depending on how GX and Valiant are playing the day after.
Well, we've said it. The matches tomorrow are not ones that you want to miss, because they determine the playoffs. They determine who could potentially make those runs towards Game Changers Championships and be your VCT EMEA representative. Sadly, neither of us, I think, Akamaster, are casting tomorrow. You'll be back for the last match of the group stage, actually, with Nazar Knight versus Carmine Corp, and I'll be back for the playoffs. So thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Akamaster is our first time casting together, and I think
I
It
enjoyed
went
it.
pretty well.
enjoyed
I think
it.
we had the good energy, the good vibes, and we had a great match to complement it. But regardless, thank you everybody for stopping by, and we will see you around.
One enemy remaining.
I know exactly.
Standing. Remaining.
You're just
Spike down A. Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch it fighting!
Seconds left. Last player.
Give me this.
One enemy remaining.
Give me this.
They're standing. One enemy remaining.
there. They are.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Like why destroy? Emma. Put down. Eagle.
One enemy. Standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Oh, come on! Trinity!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Bye-bye. Bad move.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Clean.
I have them now.
One enemy remaining.
Finished.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Down A. One enemy remaining.